good morning. I am Professor Matlhogonolo Tobane, Associate Professor in Criminology at the University of South Africa, Department of Criminology and Security Science, and I am going to be your Program Director for this session. I want you to look at your neighbor and say, Sawubona. 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 All right. I am a Motswana, but I particularly love this Zulu greeting because it literally means I see you. I recognize you as a human being. I acknowledge you as a human being. In the world of technology, in the world of AI, sometimes we just do not recognize each other as human beings. So I want us today to also just recognize each other as human beings. Sawubona. Thank you. All right, colleagues, without any further ado, I am going to be asking for the introduction of the Acting Executive Dean of the College of Economic and Management Sciences from the University of South Africa. And that introduction of the Dean, who is going to actually be doing our closing address of this conference, will be done by Prof. Joseph CSIR.
Rishile, ndi machero ni audi, mangwana naga chose, I like that. Good morning, everybody. My name is Joseph CSIR from the College of Economic and Management Sciences, specifically in the Department of Finance, Risk Management, and Banking. So I am the money man. It is my honor to introduce to you this morning our Acting Executive Dean, Dr. M.T. Masichawa, which literally translates to Mother of the Nation. Yeah. Dr. M.T. Masichawa serves as Acting Executive Dean of the College of Economic and Management Sciences at the University of South Africa, UNISA. Her life experience spans actuarial training, pension funds regulation, equity derivatives sales in investment banking, and teaching mathematics, which he calls her first love. Teaching of mathematics. How many of us would take teaching of mathematics as first love, or love for that matter? Interesting. She champions data-driven governance, institutional stewardship, and the practical application of quantitative thinking to societal challenges. Her work focuses on strengthening universities as partners in national development, advancing sustainable economic growth, and fostering innovation through analytics, quality education, and strategic execution. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. M.T. Masichawa.
Colleagues, over the past few days, this conference has explored convergent technologies such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, digital platforms, fintech innovation, architecture of the global economy. Yesterday in Parliament, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Enoch Godongwana, made an announcement that quietly connected all these conversations you've been having. He confirmed that the National Treasury will soon publish draft regulations bringing crypto assets into South Africa's capital flow management regime under the Currency and Exchanges Act. Crypto assets, he said, will now fall within the framework governing the cross-border movement of capital. That statement represents more than regulations. It represents a constitutional movement in economic governance. Because this reform did not begin in Parliament, it began in a courtroom. I want to take you through the background. Where, when, and how did law meet digital reality? On the 15th of May 2025, the High Court handed down a landmark judgment in the case of Standard Bank of South Africa versus South African Reserve Bank and others. The judgment addressed the position of cryptocurrency assets in light of South Africa's exchange control regulations. Judge Madlengosi Mota ruled that cryptocurrency is not money. He described it as an asset, code on a digital ledger existing globally. And he delivered perhaps the most important institutional reminder that cryptocurrency has existed for over 15 years, and therefore regulators cannot claim to be surprised or shocked, as we always are. The intellectual origins of cryptocurrency trace back to the 2008 white paper authored under the synonymous Satoshi Nakamoto titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, introducing an idea of decentralized digital value operating without real central authority. Mota ruled the construction that cryptocurrency is money by looking at the definition of money, which includes foreign currency, is strained and it is impractical. Cryptocurrency is an asset that is bought and sold, and there are practical challenges and implications if cryptocurrency is viewed as money. And therefore I ask, if value no longer lives within the borders, how then does a sovereign state govern it? Traditional exchange controls assume location, blockchain removes location, and once geography disappears, regulation becomes a systems problem. And systems are then governed quantitatively. I wasn't going to make a presentation because I was just going to address you, but I thought, let me put these equations up here. So we describe systemic stability using X sub T plus 1 equals to A X sub T plus BU sub T plus epsilon sub T. So all this means is, imagine the economy as an aircraft in flight. The XT is where the aircraft currently is, altitude and stability. A represents momentum, markets continuing forward. U sub T represents the pilot adjustments, regulation, reporting, policy. And B, how effective those controls are. Epsilon sub T represents turbulence. That is innovation, crypto volatility, cyber shocks. Before digital finance, turbulence appeared occasionally, but today, innovation generates continuous turbulence. Regulators are no longer tennis umpires sitting at the end of the court on their high chairs. Now they have to be soccer referees and run around in the field. And so Minister Godongwana announced signals South Africa adjusting the controls mid-flight. Modern regulation is no longer rulemaking. It is a systems control. And the second question then is, when innovation becomes permanent turbulence, who is flying the aircraft? Now, in terms of exchange control and digital sovereign, we consider on the bottom there's an equation. Pi sub t equals the natural logarithm of the local price minus the natural logarithm of the exchange rate adjusted to the global price. So we use natural logarithms because they measure proportional differences in prices, allowing us to quantify digital sovereignty as a price wedge. This measure how much local crypto prices differ from global markets. So if the capital moved perfectly freely, the difference will be a 0, so that pi sub t would be equals to 0. However, this is not what happens. This is not a price difference. It's a measure, a logarithmic measure of sovereignty. Judge Mutata's ruling exposed that the existing exchange control law had no mechanism to manage digital capital. The minister's reforms now introduce parameters, conditions, administration responsibilities, and reporting requirements that govern the friction scientifically. And the third question then is regulation meant to eliminate, or is it to design the right amount of friction? When we look at regulation under uncertainty, which is what we have right now, we minimize over the policy choice U sub t, the expected value of the integral form from 0 to the capital T of lambda x sub t squared plus cu sub t squared dt. In simple terms, government, in selecting a level of regulation that balances two competing objectives, financial stability on the one hand and the cost of excessive regulation on the other. What is this optimization model telling us is that policymakers are searching for the regulatory intervention that produces the best average outcomes over time, reducing systematic risk while avoiding unnecessary burden continuously when the economy evolves. This also means that too little regulation creates instability, but too much regulation will drive innovation offshore. So South Africa is therefore not banning cryptocurrency. The government is optimizing governance under uncertainty. Are we regulating innovation, or are we reacting to the uncertainty we do not yet understand? The stochastic nature of digital finance is that financial systems evolve randomly. The equation here reads d sub t equals a minus b u sub t dt plus sigma dw sub t, where A represents the natural capital movement in the markets, B sub T, regulatory resistance, DW sub T, randomness, sentiment shocks, technology, and sigma represents volatility. So when uncertainty becomes permanent, exchange controls must therefore become adaptive and not static. Digital economies cannot be governed with static policy tools. So what happens now when uncertainty itself becomes the normal condition of the economy? And this is where we must now come in, because the uncomfortable truth, colleagues, is that all equations and models assume we can compute these outcomes, all this and more others. But digital finance now involves millions of interaction. Complexity grows exponentially. So the limitation we have with modern regulation is no longer law. It involves computation. The next frontier of governance is computational capacity. I'm returning to that optimization model I spoke about before, which is at the bottom, which says that the problem of minimizing the expected outcome over time, how can we solve that? Because right now, classical computers as we have them simulate possible futures sequentially. So we need quantum systems which evaluate multiple probability states simultaneously. Instead of analyzing one scenario at a time, quantum computation explores entire futures at once. Now, regulation moves from reactive supervision to predictive governance. So, if digital computers cannot model digital finance, how will we classically regulate and govern it? And what is the risk of quantum computing to cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency itself relies on cryptographic hardness, and quantum algorithms threaten the current encryption systems. The same technology that enables a future regulation may have to reshape the crypto itself. Because every technological solution eventually becomes a regulatory problem. So let's reflect. The court challenged our definitions of money. The minister redesigned regulatory architecture. Quantitative finance revealed systemic complexity, and quantum computing reveals the future direction. And the final questions are, who will govern a financial system that learns faster than legislation? Who owns sovereignty when computation becomes power? And are we preparing leaders for a future we cannot calculate yet? Nations that understand computation govern the digital world, and the university that invests in quantum capability today will help Africa calculate tomorrow. We just came back from a leadership lekgotla at UNISA, which we had on Monday and Tuesday. And yesterday, our leadership went to Parliament in Cape Town. And when the minister spoke yesterday, one reality became clear. Higher education institutions must begin flying, not running, not planning, not observing, flying. We must invest in quantum computing, quantum finance, quantum cryptography, and regulatory technology innovations. Because university should not react. We must prepare society before revolutions arrive. In the words of the principal and vice chancellor during her address at the Lekgotla, she said, as leaders, we must not only respond to change, but we must shape it. I had said those were the last questions, but here is another one. If universities do not build quantum capabilities now, who will educate the regulators of the quantum economy? That was the last question. I've added here some of the references I used in this study or in this address, and I humbly acknowledge the collaboration of scholarly work with Dr. Andile Dube, an energy economist at the World Bank Organization, whose intellectual partnership continues to shape my reflections at the intersection of finance, regulation, and emerging digital economies. Ke nna Mantepu, ke ngwana Masemola, ke setlogolo sa Thobejane, ke setlogolwana sa Maphutha le Mojapele. Ke taboga dikgadi-kgolo tša batau, and it is, I usually say I'm a proud dropout in actuarial science. And it is my privilege to say to you all today, Asante Sana. Thank you. Come switch.
Thank you very much, Doc, for an exceptionally well-structured presentation, a presentation that was intellectually stimulating and no doubt very relevant when it comes to policy matters and policy issues in South Africa and Africa at large. Thank you so much for that presentation once more. My name is Dr. Justice Mundonte from the College of Economics and Management Sciences, the Department of Finance, Banking and Risk Management and Banking. I'm going to be the director for the next session that we are to enter into. I have no doubt from the vantage point of the lineup that we have in this session that we are going to be intellectually challenged. We are going to enjoy a lot in terms of experience sharing. And as such, I do encourage us to sit back, relax, and most importantly, that we should pay attention so that we make the best of the pool of expertise that we have in this session. Without wasting much time, allow me therefore to call upon the chairperson of the Department of Finance, Risk Management and Banking, Professor Godi, to come and help us with introducing the keynote speakers lined up for this session. Prof. God, help me to put hands together as we welcome Prof. God to the podium.
Good morning, colleagues. Molweni. Sanbonani. Afshin. Minjan. Thank you so much. I'm here to introduce our guest speakers or keynote speakers. I will start with Prof. Godwell Namo on my far left. Prof. Namo is a full professor and an NRF C1 rated researcher at the University of South Africa. He holds a PhD awarded by Rhodes University. Prof. Namo's research space includes climate change, coastal resilience and livelihoods, as well as sustainable development, including development goals. He has published and edited over 19 books and over 120 journal articles and book chapters. Prof. Namo has a passion for capacity development and mentoring young people for success in both in the academia and business spheres. Since 2013, he has successfully supervised 14 PhD candidates and hosted 13 postdoctoral fellows. Prof. Namo is also an expert for the non-climate change, Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage. He also sits on the Gauteng Premier Climate Change Expert Group. He has over 27 years of experience in academic and consulting spaces and an advocate for open access educational resources. Prof. Namo is a recipient of many accolades. Among these are the 2017 Distinguished Old Rhodian Awards conferred to him for having reached exceptional heights in his career and for having also maintained excellence in the field of expertise. In addition to his service to society, he was also awarded the 2021 NRF Science Award and the UNISA Vice Chancellor's Research Award 3 times. Let me move on to our next guest speaker. Professor Monde Ntwasa is a full professor of biochemistry in the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences at the University of South Africa. He graduated with a Bachelor of Science in microbiology and a Bachelor of Science in Clinical Science and Immunology at the University of Cape Town, an MPhil and a PhD in biochemistry from Cambridge University. Prof. Ntwasa was a research fellow at the University of Cape Town and later a lecturer in biochemistry at the University of Witwatersrand, where he rose to the rank of associate professor in biochemistry. In 2016, he joined the University of South Africa as a full professor. Prof. Ntwasa has a long history of studying development biology and oncology. His current research interests are in drug discovery and development, focusing on pipeline of anti-drug leads. 2 drug candidates have been patented internationally, and one of them is currently undergoing pre-clinical studies. Until 2020, Prof. Ntwasa was a member of Advisory Committee of Genetically Modified Organisms of the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Between 2022 and 2025, Prof. Ntwasa also served as an acting executive dean of the UNISA College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. May we please give them a big round of applause. Over to you, Prof. Namo.
Where do you present from?
Apologies, Prof. There is a slight change to the program. May I confirm, first of all, if we have a representative from Telkom in the auditorium? Do we have a representative from Telkom? Okay, it seems he or she may not be in. Oh, so you can go ahead, sir. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Facilitator, where is the clicker? You are talking about 4IR, don't have a clicker.
You're just going to use the arrows.
She's saying I have to use the arrows. Sorry, but there's some slide that I need to jump if China is not on that side. So, first Cyril can come and let's help one another then to fix mine. And please don't steal it. He says we can just use the arrows. I don't use the arrows in 4IR. Good morning, everybody. I want to thank the facilitators for maybe bringing us to this session. I'm saying bring us to this session because for some reason, Prof. Ntwasa has got this habit of following me where I present. I don't know who is following who, but it's like we're a pair that is just invited to present in sessions. And I think he's a great person. When he was an acting dean, I drop an email, he responds immediately. So I think that's what we need to do when we have got people in leadership that are responsive to those that are not in management. And I think in academic institutions, that's what we need to do. So when I was requested maybe to be one of the keynote speakers, I started brainstorming in terms of what do I need to say in terms of maybe the work I am doing or maybe the work we wish to do. So you discover here this keynote address is not my own keynote address. We are many, Legion, we are many. But anyway, so I'm doing this in collaboration with 3 of my postdocs. One of them is a senior postdoc, Dr. Chapungu, Dr. Afinowi, and Dr. Mohlehli, G. Mohlehli. So this is work that is happening, some of which has been already submitted to journals. Dr. Prof. Kuti, if you get a CV on the internet, then you are bound to get things wrong. Then there are some things that really maybe will be outdated. But anyway, that was good. So I decided I will talk about harnessing inclusive and transformative digital technologies to realize the UN Ocean Decade mandate. So we are going to go through this and possibly say, why do we talk about harnessing inclusive and transformative digital technologies to realize the UN Ocean Decade mandate. I am not going to worry you by asking you what do you know what is happening in the UN Ocean Decade, because I'll pass through that. So don't worry about that. Then when you talk about 4IR, or I call it technology revolution, I don't want to use 4IR as such, because by the time I finish saying 4IR, we are already in 5. When I say 5IR, we're in 6. When I say 6, we are in 7. So I think as UNISA, and also as us people in this space, we need to domesticate ourselves to say, let us not use the term 4IR. That's President Zuma. Imagine President Zuma used 4IR. It means it's outdated. Let's rather use technological revolution, because that is timeless. So I'm challenging everybody, when you speak on this technology, don't talk about the revolutions, because they're going to be actually past that revolution. So right now, you speak about 4IR, we are already outdated. So Dean, I heard you talk about 4IR and digital technology. So maybe let's go through that ritual to say, let's avoid 4IR and talk about, now this computer, I've started to go to sleep. But I'll start it again. I need assistance because your computer is going to sleep. Because I don't want to see the next slide.
You don't want
Okay,
to see the next slide?
she wants me to. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's see. Okay, I'll abort that and come to what she says I should use. So, my presentation is going to be a bit short. I was given 20 to 30 minutes. I'll talk about the introduction and background, methodological underpinnings, because we're academics a bit, key findings from the ongoing work, and I'll come to conclusion there, just one slide. So when you're talking about the ocean economy, or the blue economy, or the oceans, we have got a paradox as Africans. You know, the paradox of the oceans and us as human beings from this global south is when you see the ocean, we get afraid. So your mother or your grandmother say, don't go to the ocean, you're going to what? You're going to drown. Not apart from that, the ocean is associated with slave trade. So when I see the ocean, I get traumatized. I see the Gorée Island, I see all those doors of no returns everywhere. Then I get traumatized. So likewise, for many people in the global south, in times when you see technology, you get traumatized. So some of us, we are BBTs. You know what BBT means? Born before technology. I was born before technology. So I have got a right to get traumatized when I see technology. So we don't blame us when we don't move the cursor properly. And when we talk about technological revolution, we have got that gap and the fear to say, maybe I don't engage properly. But we are saying, let's put aside the trauma of the ocean, the trauma of slave trade, the trauma of other things, and bring technology in terms of how we manage the oceans, in terms of how we manage our coastal areas. Now, that then helps us when we say, how do we then understand the issue of technology and ocean management? I've just put a small sketch here to say, when we talk about the ocean decade, it's running from 2021 to 2030. Then within that, we also talk about Sustainable Development Goal number 14, which talk about life underwater. It includes oceans. And of course, the broader agenda is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that enshrines the 17 intertwined or interlinked SDGs. So this is the context upon which I'm talking to you now. And for a bit of detail there, when we talk about the ocean decade, there is a number of challenges. There are 10 of them. And of course, when we talk about the SDG 14, there are a number of targets. There are 7 of them. I'm not going to go into detail because I don't have time. But I just want to talk to you about why the ocean decade is also talking about using digital interfaces. So when you look at the challenge number 8 there, it says we need to create a digital representation of the ocean. So when you're creating a digital representation of the ocean, we are saying there is no way we are going to avoid using technology as we engage with the ocean economy. And for UNISA, we're talking about marine studies as one of the catalytic niche areas. And this is actually where I'm also coming from. So there's a lot of issues there that are raised in the 10 challenges of the ocean decade. And one of them is we want to create a what? a digital representation of the ocean. As we understand the ocean, we want to interface it with the digital side of things. So I'm going to talk to you a bit around digital twinning or digital ocean twinning. Don't get afraid, because this is actually where the world is going. Now, I also talk about the All Atlantic Ocean Research, Innovation and Alliance issue. In 2023, we had a big conference in Cape Town where the stakeholders that are dealing with the All Atlantic Ocean all over the world, global north, global south, they came to Cape Town and they set two pillars or two agendas. One of them is coastal resilience, and the other one, which is like it, is ocean observation and modeling. Now, when we start talking about ocean observation and modeling, by default, you're going to bring technology. So this is actually where I am coming from, to say where the world is moving to. It demands that we become, by default, techno-savvy. Now, when we looked at UNISA last year, we spoke also a lot around harnessing technologies in marine. And when we write there, we are saying things like artificial intelligence, they should be brought in there. How do we also merge it with indigenous and local and traditional knowledge systems? So I'm saying, as we move with technology or digital, in the digital space, let's not forget the role of indigenous knowledge systems, local knowledge systems, because they also play a big role when we address the ocean decade. There are many problems that are happening there that require us to say bring technology to resolve some issues around coastal resilience, coastal livelihoods. Climate change is one of them. I can't fail to mention climate change because that's one of the areas that occupy my space. And we're talking about machine learning and what do you do about that? But overall, we are saying as a human being, if you refuse to be techno-savvy, we are going to be left behind and the system is going to chuck us out. And now, possibly, this is the reason why I'm busy now dealing with my drone pilot license. So I'm busy with my life. I wrote one exam on Monday and I passed it, not with 30%. So in terms of the methods that we are talking about here, we embed a lot of methods and software in my team. And among some of them, this is what we use. GIS, it's Geographical Information System. One of the major components we use, remote sensing, Force Viewer, Python, RStudio, BiblioShine, and many others. Next week we are training on Google Earth Engine because it's all about technology and the space we are going to engage in. And what that means then is there's a lot of technological interface as well in terms of our methods that we use to research. What are some of the issues then that are emerging? We've got work that has been, this one is already submitted to a journal. We are looking at the ocean digital twinning technologies. And we are seeing how the global space is using ocean digital twinning technologies. And we're saying, how can South Africa then learn and network into this big global work? After all, we've got one ocean. And since we've got one ocean, there is no way then as a country, we are not also going to network into digital ocean technology. So ocean digital twinning technologies or digital ocean twinning have become a necessity or a necessary part of ocean observation. It facilitates monitoring of life at sea, maritime activities, oceanographic changes, pollution activities, onset of events caused by climate change. Ocean digital technology and twinning also is being applied across all levels in terms of decision making. Like in this case, the European Union is already digitizing, is creating an ocean digital twin. And we are saying South Africa then needs to also network into this. Digital twins are virtual replicas of structures and systems. So we're saying you take a physical thing, we cut an ocean, then we represent that physical artifact in a digital twin. So there are a lot of things that come here when we're talking about how do we, so we can bring the ocean to Pretoria. Now this is quite interesting. So one of the projects that I'm hoping in the long term is how do we bring the ocean to Pretoria? This is the platform. So when we create the digital twins of the ocean, we could easily bring ocean literacy to Pretoria. And we can bring ocean literacy to Mamelodi. And after all, the kids in Mamelodi, one day they'll go to Durban. So there's this interaction of the hinterland and the ocean. And ocean digital twinning or technology is going to help us in bringing the ocean closer to even areas that are a distance from the ocean. Some of the interesting things that are there, digital twin technologies comprise of 3 elements. We've got a model, we've got a bidirectional flow of data, and a model update components through which the virtual representation is updated based on changes in the physical twin. So we can also use virtual reality to talk about these things. We can also talk about real-time monitoring of events. So if, for example, there is a tidal flood like what happened in Port Alfred in 2023, on December 2023, we could actually be able to see some of these things. If we're talking about coastal flooding, we would be able to be talking about these things. But not only about the coast, we can even have other digital twins of the artifacts that are on land. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. But I think since this conference is being organized by the law faculty, there are ethical considerations and legal matters that we might need also to consider when we're talking about ocean digital twins. I will skip this because of time. Then there is another piece of work that we are doing that is looking at multi-criteria geospatial assessment of climate-induced vulnerabilities in selected coastal Southern African cities. So we looked at Mozambique, Madagascar, and South Africa. So here we are applying GIS remote sensing-based terminologies. And as we move forward, there's going to be a lot of interfacing with drone technology. This is the reason why actually I'm training. Because I say we need then to, apart from satellite imagery, we need then to ground truth. To ground truth is to go on the ground and find the truth. Okay. So we need to ground truth. When we use now drone technology, we can then interface and say, what you are seeing from the satellite, is it what is there on the ground? And at times, if there's a disaster like what happened now recently in Limpopo, at times we might need to fly drones in search and rescue missions, in recovery. Right now we're busy talking about the KZN and the 2022-2019 floods, and people are still maybe in the resettled areas. And even in construction technology, we know that people, you go to Ekurhuleni, there are toilets that are sitting that have never been constructed because the contractor just disappeared. So I think this kind of digital world can assist us in monitoring progress and then real time to see what is happening on site. So some of the issues that were coming there, in summary, we discovered that the Madagascar coastal shoreline, there's a near balance in terms of retreat and advance. Then also population at risk, about 419,000 people are at risk. And of course, an additional 18,900 people live in zones where retreat is accelerating. So now, this is actually how we are applying technology in terms of addressing coastal research. We come to South Africa, this is our country. Retreat shoreline about 228 kilometers, more than 0.5 meters per year, and advanced shoreline about 187 kilometers, more than 0.5 meters a year. And we are talking about accelerated retreat that is taking place, and about 27,000 people who are living within kilometers of the 2021 shoreline. So we are saying that when we're applying this technology, we can see how the ocean is retreating, how the ocean is advancing, and how the people that we are planning for are getting affected. This last one is talking about Mozambique. I don't have time to go through this. Then on average, we are seeing an increasing trend in terms of shoreline retreat, and this actually worries us. And we're saying then the technology is going to assist us when we monitor such things. Another paper we're talking about, they were talking about AI application in coastal flooding and sea level rise. We're interested here in terms of what type of AI machine learning methodologies are being used in researching coastal flooding. And what is interesting there, neural networks, they come up on tops. So for us as the researchers, and we are going to research in such areas, we know then what kind of machine learning do we need to apply there. So all this is showing us from the research what kind of AI machine learning is being used when we're studying coastal flooding across the world. So this is not like in South Africa, it's across the entire world. I'm concluding now. So in conclusion, when considering the pathways to scaling up digital technologies and the attainment of the UN Ocean Decade mandate, the bird remains in our hands. Maybe let me say the bird remains in your hand. So what happens? You can either release it dead or you can release it alive. So what we wish to do is to have the bird released alive. And I think this conference then, maybe the continuation, maybe the repetition that is going in the future can make us then go to where we want to be, not to be technology afraid, not to be BBTs and remain BBTs. So I'm saying that we are going to move with you. I'm already moving with you, the young generation, so that I don't want to resign from UNISA when I can't compute an econometric equation. There are people that have resigned from work. You go to a conference, you hear nothing, because the young ones are on the move. I'm not going to be one of them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. Namo. The presentation was well argued with great methodological clarity and very original insights. Calling upon the next speaker to take us through his presentation.
Good morning. Am I audible? Yes. Oh, good. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference and the sponsors. It's a truly multidisciplinary conference. I was just so unhappy I missed yesterday's session. I would have loved to be here the whole time from Tuesday up to now. So I'm probably going to do something different from what everyone has been doing because I have an agenda. The agenda is to bring hope, but at the same time, maybe stimulate a sense of wanting to act. So I'm calling this topic Africa Leapfrogging into the Future. I'm bringing hope and saying there are good things coming for us. And I want to push 4 things in this meeting. The first one is that we should start seeing Africa as a single unit. This is the only way Africa can move forward. And I think that the groundwork has already been made. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area I see is moving in great strides now. It's taking momentum. And in my view, they're doing the right thing because they're looking at the infrastructure. Colonialism had fragmented African countries so that they cannot cooperate. And I think what the African Continental Free Trade Area is doing is to connect the continent by road infrastructure. From east to west to north, and I think that is the first thing to do for Africa. So in order for us to move as a continent, we need to see ourselves as a single unit. So I want to talk about Africa as a unit. I want to also briefly show the landscape at the moment, but also show at the same time how things are moving in the right direction for us. And I also want to push the view that Africa is going to be the labor force pool of the future very soon. And we need to be ready for that. And then I'd like to talk about the need, about the sort of things that we need to do, things that need urgent attention. I remember about 2-4 years ago when I was chairing an NRF panel, and it was dealing with the law of the sea. And the law of the sea in the whole continent is seen as a scarce skill area. And this surprised me. The continent is surrounded by 2 very important oceans, the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. Our own country is particularly well endowed when it comes to the ocean. and oceans which are not only full of wealth, but they're also very important strategically in terms of global interactions. And when you realize that in South Africa there are only 2 universities that actually offer anything to do with the law of the sea, it's the Nelson Mandela University and the UK's ZN University. And those universities only deal with academic matters. They're not dealing with practical matters, in spite of the fact that the sea, especially in South Africa, is so critical to external interests. But we, people who sit here, do not seem to be worried about that. Now, I think that it's a pity that UNISA's College of Law, I see all my colleagues here, they probably hate me right now, but I have to say it, colleagues. I think that when it comes to the law of the sea, UNISA should be the champion, because it's the only university really that has got a footprint throughout the continent globally. It's got a global footprint, and it has the capacity to create the right connections throughout the continent and unify academic efforts. So I'm just leaving that to you, that it's a pity that UNISA does not even get counted when we talk about the law of the sea. And now Prof. Namo is so embedded in matters sea. It would be so good if what he was doing was anchored in a law of the sea environment that supports what he is doing. He's now basically operating on sand rather than on solid ground. So maybe, colleagues, you think about that. So I want to start about the situation in Africa now. At the moment, Africa is seen as a place, this is the perception. What is in blue there is the actual reality. The perception is that it's a continent of poverty, but we must read that as meaning exploitation. It's people who exploit Africa who say Africa is poor. It's also a place of conflict. Again, we must read sabotage, because the conflict is fomented deliberately in order to sabotage our progress. It's a place that relies on foreign aid. When we see foreign aid, we already know there is a puppet government where the foreign aid is given. You have to look at yourself. Foreign aid comes together with puppet governments. Disease. Africa is a place of diseases, basically. A lot of the diseases, actually, if you were someone like me by chemistry, you would know that a lot of the diseases actually that we have, diseases like TB, for instance, those are not African diseases. Even cancer was not our disease until recently. All these perceptions are not real. They are managed, some of them. So Africa is seen as a place of challenges. It's not a place of opportunities. But the reality is that Africa owns the more natural wealth than any other continent on the planet. Africa has the youngest population. That's very important, as you're going to see later. Africa possesses the keys to the fourth industrial revolution, and I agree with Prof. Namo. Really, I don't like that thing also called fourth industrial revolution, because it's a buzzword, and most of the time it does not mean much to the people who say. But let us use it for convenience now, because that's where we believe we are in the fourth industrial revolution, although there's also talk about the fifth one. So Africa has the ability to do much with very little, because we've been kept on our toes most of the time. We have managed to do certain things that surprise people, because we can actually do a lot of good things in spite of our limited, capacity. The reality really is that in the modern world, a lot of the innovations that come cannot happen without African resources. And I want to show you very briefly something that you probably know. Just look at the continent now. You probably don't see the small words there, but every word that is written there, every word that is on that thing shows huge national mineral wealth in the continent. It's distributed throughout virtually every country in the continent has got something that the world requires. This map is a map, which must have been developed by someone with French interests, because everything that is written there is in French. It's mapping basically what is happening, what they called exploitation potential reserves in the continent. And they have got actually ringed those areas in green, in the middle of the continent, including ourselves, and also in West Africa, Sierra Leone. They've marked those as primary areas of exploitation. Right. This map also shows in yellow places of serious conflict in Africa. The places of serious conflict in Africa are places where a lot of the mineral wealth is required now. I mean, cobalt, which is the most important, lithium, is in the DRC. So all the areas where there are important, what we call extraction needs, are places of conflict. There are also conflict zones. So South Africa Africa is suffering at the moment from extraction and disempowerment. The conflict zones are about disempowerment, to keep us on our toes when people are milking the wealth of the continent. So we shouldn't really be looking at the local people. The real problem in Africa are people who are not in Africa. But we are busy looking at what they call African dictator. But the concept of African dictator is actually created by people who want to exploit the continent. There's no such thing as an African dictator, really. They are just puppets put together by exploiters of the continent. And they themselves actually call them dictators. So it's a place of extraction. Now, this is a dreadful situation. In spite of this wealth that we've got in the continent, areas where mineral resources have been assessed are very, very few. In fact, the DRC and South Africa are the only places in the continent where proper assessment of mineral wealth has been done. The rest of the continent has not yet been really assessed. See? That is not happening because the assessment is actually not done by Africans. The assessment is done by people who are external from Africa. And I think as academics, this is where we should really be angry with ourselves that we are not part. We should be the ones that are assessing our own wealth. But all this assessment is done by external forces. And South Africa is the only one that has got very large assessment. Also the only one that has got very large developed industrialization. In the whole continent, South Africa, the bottom map shows industry assessment. South Africa is the only country that has properly developed industrial infrastructure and manufacture in the continent. And really, if South Africans think they can succeed while the continent fails, you're kidding yourselves, really. The only way we can really fly is if we fly as a continent, not as single countries. So that's why I'm saying we should start thinking about what is possible. Now, geopolitics, as you can see, is quite dynamic now. So the African continent is creating new friends, and the friendship is moving from west more towards the east now. So there is friendship that is developing between Africa and Russia, India, and China. India and China particularly because India and China were where we were just a few years ago, and I'm going to show why we need to follow the model of India and China in order to uplift our continent. So this competition or this friendship is in Africa now the new friendships are forming around matters of infrastructure. China is number one in this area, building infrastructure, which is critical because you can't industrialize commerce amongst ourselves as Africans cannot happen without the proper interconnecting infrastructure. China is doing very well on that side. In the area of energy, in pharmaceuticals, in digital services, and also in next generation technologies which are powered by artificial intelligence, including the Internet of Things. Internet of Things is very important, again, because we do not have in Africa a unified, forward-thinking leadership. They do not see how important Internet of Things and Internet of People is really, really important now. Prof. Dr. Maschaba talked earlier about matters quantum. Quantum computing is very important now also, and we are lagging behind those things. Internet of People is very critical. People would have seen it during COVID, how you can actually dominate human social life by excelling in Internet of People. Military technology is very important. I think I do not need to talk about how important military technology is because you can see now there is a global standoff because of military technology, basically. It can be good because it can work as a deterrent, but it can be good because it can allow people to bully others. So military technology is very important, and I think this is the time when Africa really, really needs homegrown military technology. In the area of financial technology, also is very important as well as in mining. I don't need to talk too much about that. So we talk about leapfrogging. Now the matter is that in terms of production of knowledge, Africa has been lagging behind, firstly because our governments do not invest in research and innovation. But secondly, because most African nations have been kept on their toes all the time, warding off external forces, destabilizing them. South Africa has been dealing with destabilization by external forces. I'm not one of those people who say Africa has problems that are internal. A lot of our problems are external problems, and we need to focus on that because otherwise we can never get rid of the problem if we keep blaming ourselves. What we need to know is that our problems are actually external. Whatever destabilization is happening in the continent is done by external people, and they've kept us on our toes. So we're not able to produce knowledge like everyone else is doing in the rest of the world because we are always on our toes. But Africans have already shown a talent to leapfrog. And this is the one thing that I think that we can do. Leapfrogging basically means that we bypass traditional, slower development. We go straight to innovation. So we don't want to spend time producing fundamental basic knowledge now. We need to take what other people have developed there and build on it and move on. And this has happened already in the area of fintech. In Kenya, they have been doing very well in financial technology. M-Pesa is an example. West Africa is also doing well there. So Africans now have no longer looking at making basic research. They are using what is available and innovating based on it. Nigeria is doing well in terms of weather monitoring, and that's helped them to deal with agricultural problems. Crop yields are improving. Rwanda is doing well in leapfrogging in the area of diagnostics. Ghana is doing well in education technology, remote learning, which is critical for us because most of Africa does not even have developed infrastructure, land infrastructure. So there are many remote areas where people were underserved because of poor infrastructure. AI can overcome all those things. So remote learning is something that even here in South Africa we do need. We've got now people who would learn in dilapidated schools in the rural areas. Remote learning could help those children to learn at home using a computer. If we just have a proper internet connectivity and every home having a computer, a teacher could sit anywhere in the world and teach the students anywhere. You see, So Ghana is doing well. South Africa is advanced in many things. So South Africa possesses the most infrastructure at the moment in the continent, but still underutilized, still very many underserved people in spite of that. But it is not something to be proud of, because South Africa cannot stand on its own if the continent is falling. So what do we need to do? Leapfrogging is critical because it allows sustainable industrialization. So we can use the current technology in all areas, industrialize. Africa, that's what it needs. To industrialize, we must manufacture our own things. I saw rumors that the president of Botswana is talking about no more raw materials will be beneficiated in Botswana. That's what all African countries should be doing. But we can't do that without the correct infrastructure and the correct mindset. For this, we need skilled labor. We need inclusive systems. But we have challenges. Challenges that I talked about already. Infrastructure gaps is a problem. Data governance and ethics, which I think a lot of the people who are here would be the people who will be looking into the matter of data governance. It's not a small matter, it's a very big matter, as I'm going to show just now. And capacity building. So I'll come back to this slide. I just want to talk about this problem here, that the arrival of artificial intelligence in Africa can, in fact, I think it is already a new form of data colonialism, because the local actors, Africans, have no control over data. You can't be a player in the era of artificial intelligence if you don't own data. If you don't own data, we don't own data, even our personal data. That's the problem with us as Africans. Even our own personal data we don't own. And we all don't even have regulatory mechanisms to protect us from our data being used by other people. I'm going to come back to this slide. So what do we need to do, really? What we need to do is to design certain strategies as Africans. First of all, we need to collect our own data. And our data should be community-driven. And I'll show you why that is the case. The majority of AI models and cloud infrastructure are owned by the global north. And in Africa, we don't have leaders who are able to see these things very early, but the Chinese are very strong when it comes to that. They knew from a long time ago that they cannot rely on Amazon, on AWS, and whatever for cloud infrastructure. They've got their own cloud infrastructure. In the global south, most of the cloud infrastructure is owned by the global north, including ours. So if they don't like us one day, they will just basically just keep our data and say, you go, we have nothing more to do. Is what I mean, and we have got no claim to our own data. So if Africans were thinking we would do just like the Chinese and have our own cloud infrastructure where we can own our data, we can develop our data. So the matter of AI colonialism is going to be caused by the fact that, in spite of the fact that we are so many people, 1.5 billion people, we contribute only 2% to global AI training data. So the data in AI is required for training the algorithms, but you need that we've got 2,000 languages and 1.5 billion people. But none of our African languages actually used for training AI data. None. So everything that is done, trained from data, is done using either English or French or German, whatever. So it's going to be biased. If you search that with Xhosa, it's probably going to give you a distorted 2-line answer. But if you do it in English, it will give you a whole paragraph. You see what I mean? That is now AI colonialism. That is what data colonialism you see. So we cannot sit and have the global north owning the data if we want to. So these are the things that we need to do. So community-driven data collection is something that can be done, that should be done to mobilize communities, to record speech and so on, and crowdsourcing platforms. The other thing that we can do is academic and research collaborations. African universities need to form consortia. They need to form consortia and have a whole network collaborating as universities could throughout the continent. So that you can combine and work as a whole. You can't just do it as South Africans. Policy and governance is critical in this because your governments need to mandate inclusion of indigenous. So it should not be something random. It should be something mandated by government, the inclusion of indigenous languages. And then open access infrastructure. We need to have continental level open data set at the continental level. I don't know what I'm doing with time. Chair, is that still okay? All right. So, critical scholars in the continent are calling for strong data governance framework, protection, localization where, and interoperability. These are the sort of things that people in this room, academics, I think everyone here would have a role to play, particularly those in the law, about the data government frameworks. Those need to be developed by us, not by external people, because we always wait as Africans for other people to do things for us. We need to be proactive. Public investment in open data sets is critical. And regional collaboration and AI regulation is also important for work. Now, I want to talk about the matter of the labor, because I think this is important for us to know, because this is where China and India started. China, everybody is manufacturing in China now and in India because they've got this more skilled labor force, which tends to be, they say it's cheaper, I don't know, never been there. So they say it's cheaper, but the important thing is that China has got, you don't want to go and manufacture and have high technology, what you call activities, in a place where you don't have people to work with. You can't just have machinery, you need to have machinery plus also human capacity. Human capacity is critical. This map is very important. It shows that Africa is the only continent at the moment that has got stable to high fertility rates. The rest of the world is declining. In fact, Europe and Japan have a crisis because there are more pensioners than working people. Now you can imagine a situation like that, when there are more pensioners than working people. So there is the labor force there is going to die. Nobody is going to want. In fact, in Germany, we already know a lot of companies have left Germany to America. But they're going to find America also having the same problem of no labor force. Africa is going to be the only place where any reasonable person would want to come and manufacture and their things. But then it also makes sense because this is where all resources are in Africa. So we've got the raw materials, we've got everything, so we are well placed to industrialize in this continent. So what do we need? We need to aggressively train our people, our young people. So the colleges here should be looking at practical things, short learning programs. Those children who have finished matric, we don't have a job, whatever, just train them aggressively in latest technologies through short learning programs, whatever, things that they can work with already and make them, even if they don't get jobs now. But it's very clear, very soon, the labor force of the world is going to be on this continent. And we cannot take this for granted. So, I'm saying that it's not time for normal science in Africa. We don't know if it's not time for normal academic activity. It's time to not repeat what has already been done. It's time to leapfrog. It's time to build innovation platforms. It's time to increase entrepreneurship and accelerate the creation of young skills. So in conclusion, Chair, these are my wishes that we can start having definite programs to skill young people, focus on the youth, because that is where our biggest investment, the investment in the youth, is more than investment in all the minerals that you've got. Because we can't do anything really with the minerals without humans. Human beings are always the best investment you can make than anything else. So I think what we need to do now as a continent, not just in South Africa, as a continent, is to, we've got talent. You know, this fintech and all these artificial intelligence are actually developed by young people, not by oldies, fossilized people like us. It's by young people. I was in Kampala last year on an OR Tambo, what called research initiative, and it was absolutely amazing what young people are doing there by way of innovations, and they are serious here. They are serious and determined. In Uganda, Ugandans make their own electric buses. Right now, they've got an entire big factory doing their own electric buses. So this is where we should be going in the continent. So you see, the electric buses is leapfrogging on its own because you're not going to all these other things. You're going straight to where we are now. You're not looking back. So we need to invest heavily on digital skills and local content. And local content. Local content meaning we collect local data. So everyone here in their spaces should be looking at what kind of data can we collect, create databases. That's where also the need for a local a cloud infrastructure is going to rise. Because people might not see that we need a local because there is not enough data that is out there that is South African. But once there is there, and then we realize we've got so much data, but all of this is in global north cloud infrastructure, we can then push even African Union. I hope they're still alive. We can we can probably approach them and say we need a continent, what you call a cloud infrastructure for our data, for our African data. So let us focus on research, on our resources in order to increase industrialization. And above all, I think that as academics, we do need to be socially aware. I think one of the problems that we have as academics is that we pursue our careers in a narrow fashion. We don't realize that education actually is not for the individual. Education is always about building a people and building nations. But we have been grown in a situation, political environment, where education is delivered as if it's something for the individual, just me and my family. No. Education has never been about that. Both informal and formal education is always about building a people or building nations. So we need to be socially aware. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our key presenters. Can we give them a round of applause? We've got a third and last keynote speaker. Unfortunately, he had to start somewhere, but he is here now, so I'm going to introduce him, and we'll give him 20 minutes as well to present. And the third and last keynote speaker is Prof. Size Lindelo Snail Kamtuze, who holds an LLB from the University of Pretoria. He is a practicing attorney with the law firm Snail Attorneys at Law. He holds an LLM from the University of South Africa and is currently an LLD candidate at the University of Fort Hare. Prof. Snail Kamtuzi is an adjunct professor at the Nelson Mandela University Department of Mercantile Law, where he supervises postgraduate, MPhil, and LLM students. He was previously a research fellow, as well as a lecturer of cyber law at the University of Fort Hare. He has served as an advisory member of the Cyber BRICS, FGV, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil since 2019, and is also a visiting professor of CTS, FGV, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Prof. Snail Kamtuzi was a member of South African Information Regulator and the ICT Review Panel of Department of Telecommunication and Postal Services, serving as the chair of the E-Commerce Committee, the Digital Society. He also served as the National Cyber Security Advisory Council at the DTPS, and was a deputy chair and the chair of Law Society of South Africa, E-Law Committee. He has been a domain name mediator for South African Domain Name Authority since 2017, and has previously served as a member of Films and Publication Appeal Board. Sizwe is a co-editor and the author of Cyber Law at South Africa, the third and the fourth textbook, and is currently updating the Cyber Law at SA, the fifth version, which will be published later in 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, may we give Prof. Sizwe a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much for that very warm welcome. My name is Sizwe Snail Kamtuzi. I like to introduce myself when I talk to people. I was told that I must give a keynote speaker today, and as I was sitting in the back, I tend to want to sit at the back sometimes and just watch from a bird's eye view what is happening. I decided to change my presentation entirely. I was going to come and talk to you about AI and the profession, and as I was sitting there at the back, I said, no, man, let me talk about something different. Let me talk about the evolution of cyber law, in particular cybersecurity law in South Africa. And there's a reason why I'm specifically choosing cybersecurity as the topic. Now, if one looks at the law in South Africa, we start in 2002 with the Electronic Communications Transactions Act, where you start criminalizing unlawful hacking, cracking, e-extortion, e-fraud, and the likes. We are in 2002. And a couple of years move later, and we draft the National Cybersecurity Policy Framework, which is then published in 2015. It envisages a whole lot of cybersecurity structures that need to be put in place, and it is a document that really created a lot of hope for a lot of us as practitioners and scholars. It spoke about the creation of the Cybersecurity Hub. It spoke about also the creation of various certs, the e-government certs, and banking certs and other certs, and other methods to deal with cybersecurity threats and vulnerabilities. As we're still sitting in 2015, the legislature comes and says, wait, man, why don't we throw the cybersecurity and cybercrimes bill into one bulky piece of document. And that's exactly what happens. In 2015, there was a cybersecurity and a cybersecurity bill. I had the fortunate, or maybe rather unfortunate, task of advising that you cannot have a cybersecurity legislation together with a cybercrime legislation in one piece of legislation. I represented the Law Society on this point. We went to Parliament, we made submissions, and eventually, guess what? We actually won the battle. A cybersecurity bill cybercrimes bill eventually came out, and the whole issue of cybersecurity just went quiet, right? So around about 2017, we had the cybercrimes bill. It was amended again, 2018, and then in 2021, the Cybercrimes Act, the new act, came into force. In the meantime, there is a Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, which has been enacted in 2019. Now, some of you may know of this act, some of you may see the existence of this act, but I am yet to see the practical application of this act, as well as the powers that certain dignitaries in that organization are supposed to exercise. But with that left, we then get the new cybercrimes bill, and then at some stage, there's news that an opposition party wants to bring in the Cybersecurity Commission. So a bill is brought, a private bill is brought to Parliament, saying that, look, we are not enough with just the information regulator, we need a cybersecurity commissioner. I'm not sure how far that bill has now gone, but maybe just taking a step back. A lot of people think that because there is no specific legislation, that there is a vacuum, and that is not true. If you look at sections 19 to 21 of the POPIA talks about reasonable technical and organizational measures. And you need to catch those words. Reasonable technical and organizational measures to protect the integrity of the information or the data being retained. So for the first time in our law, in the POPIA, we have a provision that to some extent talks about the protection of data from a cybersecurity perspective, right? It is obviously in a data protection legislation. The POPIA is data protection legislation. But we now have data breaches that are reported. We are having the information regulator take steps against parties who don't have reasonable and technical measures to protect their information. Now, to respect time, I want to propose that there are some certain issues that affect South Africa's current cybersecurity legislation framing. I think one of them is geopolitics. Geopolitics is a massive, massive factor. We've got, and I'm sure you've heard about geopolitics over the last 2-3 days, so I'm not going to explain what geopolitics are, but these do affect the way in which countries draft their legislation. For instance, one would maybe look at Europe as a good example to draft cybersecurity legislation. And I'll tell you why. Europe has specifically created laws that make it obligatory on certain essential service providers and digital service providers to report disruptions within their cybersecurity. Now this is massive. For the first time, there are laws specifically governing cybersecurity, and the laws in Europe talk about harmonization of cybersecurity, having a high level of cybersecurity, building capacity of cybersecurity in the EU, which then basically suggests some form of cybersecurity sovereignty. I'm sure you've heard a lot about data sovereignty. I heard a little bit that being spoken about earlier on. But have we ever considered cybersecurity sovereignty? Right? In EU, it is law. They've created laws that make it necessary for countries to create laws that protect cybersecurity, ensure this cooperation between the countries, and ensure that in the event of disruptions, that some are reportable, and that there are certain punitive measures that one can take. I mean, if one looks at the spike of data breaches that we've had in South Africa, I would like to say that I guess the Cybersecurity Commission wouldn't be such a bad thing at this stage, in addition to the information regulator. Because the information regulator now seemingly is dealing a lot with cybersecurity breaches, which it should, in terms of the data protection laws. But if cybersecurity is a priority for us as a country, if cybersecurity is a priority for us as Africans, as I said, I'm talking about cybersecurity sovereignty. It's maybe something I should go and write about. Yes, this is how we come up with papers sometimes, right? African cybersecurity sovereignty. We've got the Malabo Convention, right? It's also a couple of, decade old. Took forever to Africans to sign up, right? So that's literally not effective anymore. Then we see certain declarations of the AU, and we see all sorts of documents moving, but we don't see any suggestion of African cybersecurity sovereignty. Now, one may argue that the Brussels effect is not necessarily the smart way to go. So there's this proposition that countries simply go and copy European laws on aspects relating to e-commerce, data protection, cyber criminality, and of late even artificial intelligence. There is that suggestion. I would say EU laws are international best practice. I am careful when I use that terminology, because when I'm within my BRICS discussions, right, the discussions about data sovereignty are very hot, especially with my colleagues from Russia and my colleagues from China. I mean, they have cybersecurity laws in China, I think a total of about 12 different cybersecurity laws that regulate different aspects of cybersecurity. So maybe just in closing, so as to not infringe on the time of others, it is my proposal that South Africa needs to, as soon as possible, come up with cybersecurity legislation. We've been hearing about the fourth industrial revolution, blah, 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 right? Let's deal with the basics. Cybersecurity is a reality now. Imagine we all move to e-platforms, government moves to e-platforms, and we have no cyber security. Hence, the Europeans call it a high level of cybersecurity in the EU. And I'll leave you with those thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for very insightful presentation. These are important issues that we are confronting every day as Africans, the world over, and as a people. Cybersecurity issues, they are in fact a reality. Once more, I say thank you for giving us insights on this subject. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, 3 great presentations that I have found very relevant, very important, very essential, especially for us as Africans and as a people. Allow me, therefore, to open the floor at this juncture, that we interact further with our presenters, the panel of experts that we have in the form of questions, and I'm sure they are very competent and they are happy and they're expecting as well questions from the floor. I believe these are the questions that have been beamed on the screen. Sharon says, what practical steps do you suggest to keep? Are these relevant to this session? No, they're not. Okay. All right, thanks. So I think we have to do it the traditional way. Those of us who have questions, we can raise our hands and engage with our presenters. Okay, yes, Prof.
Thank you very much. A very good morning. Thank you, colleagues, for beautiful presentation. My question, comment is to Prof. Ntwasa. In your presentation, I could see you really arguing from a perspective of sovereignty, being colonized, being puppets, and it just got me thinking. So if we are to claim sovereignty, especially with the situation which we currently have, which is a position of dependence, how are we going to achieve some of those things, especially if we stay isolated from the global world where we focus on our own systems? Given that, I think you clearly indicated that most of which I would say tools which we use or to enhance growth, they are controlled by the North. To take, for example, the technology, you clearly indicated the cloud infrastructure, controlled by the North. The financial markets, controlled by the North. To take, for example, gold, the prices are set in London, yet they don't even produce an ounce of gold. Similarly, the diamonds, Switzerland, yet they don't produce any diamonds. So they literally control information, technology, the prices of our commodities, which we always brag about. Of course, we brag about the reserves without beneficiation. So how are we going to achieve whatever you seem to want us to achieve? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Prof, for that very important question. Basically, I think what you're asking is, how do you achieve these things I'm talking about in practice? So, Prof, I want to start by saying that I'm talking to us now as academics. So, what do we need to do as academics? And I want to start with a critique of us as academics. In South Africa, things are quite different now since 1990, the way academics do things. Academics have become very passive. Even what used to be called the revolutionary intelligentsia is dead. academics are supposed, universities are the places where everything political starts. And in South Africa, it looks like we're not aware of that. The previous government of the Nationalist Party knew that very, very well. That's why they had a firm grip on certain universities. Because policies, engineering of society, everything that's happening in the political environment starts at university. But we sit at universities as academics. We are supposed to be the sentinels of society. When there is rot in society, academics should be the first ones. Because that's what we do all the time. We're thinking about that. We academics are all the time scrutinizing and thinking and criticizing everything in their minds, even if they're not saying it. That's what they're doing. So academics are supposed to be sentinels. When there is rot in society, it should start with academics to come up. But where does it start now? It starts with newspapers. It starts with random people anywhere. Academics are quiet, very passive. So the matter of cloud infrastructure should come from universities, because we are the people who are collecting data. We are the people who are archiving things. We are the people who are managing all the information. We are the people who are producing information. So when it comes to a continent-wide cloud infrastructure, it should emerge from universities. But how can it emerge from universities when academics basically are in a very insular environment? They're only involved in what is happening in their immediate surroundings, where they're sitting, like we're sitting in these desks. So that's where it should start, Prof. It should start with a mindset in academics all round. In academics, and I think this conference is a clear example, actually, of how academics from different disciplines can work in concert for a specific purpose. That's where, in my view, we need to start. If we think it's going to come from politicians, no, it shouldn't. Because politicians have got an agenda that is self-serving sometimes, but academics should have an agenda that is broader than politicians. So I think it starts with us. We are the ones who must form continent-wide consortia with other African universities and identify critical strategic areas where we want to relieve the continent and focus on those things. It's going to come from us. It's us who are going to create the funding, public partnership, private partnerships for that kind of things. It's going to start with us. At the moment, it's people in the industry and thinking, and then they propose, okay, there's a grant for this. But it should be the other way around, really. That's what I'm saying, my view.
Thank you very much. Right to you, ma'am.
Good morning, and thank you for the presentations. I just want to indicate that the questions are on Slido, please. Thank you.
Sorry, come again.
They are on Slido. Look there. If you go down there, they are there. And the aim is to make sure that we capture the issues.
All right.
And I appeal to us all that we capture those issues on Slido, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me then go straight away to what has been beamed. A question by Lynn that reads, for Prof. Snell, in achieving that cybersecurity goal, what is your opinion on the reliance on external digital technologies?
Thank you for that question. I think data sovereignty, especially in the era of AI, in inverted commas, really focuses on the creation of local technologies, local solutions, local applications, African solutions. Therefore, I think it is possible to achieve this cybersecurity sovereignty, but I agree with you. Africans must stop being consumers and must actually also be producers of cybersecurity products and cybersecurity services. That is my answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the response. Then there is reference as well to data colonialism. I'm not so sure if you have addressed that. Is data colonialism and data sovereignty the same thing?
Okay, I suppose that is also for me.
Yeah.
I talked about data colonialism. So data colonialism is not synonymous with data sovereignty, but it's related to it. Data colonialism is going to be, is already happening, because what is happening at the moment is that African data, in all aspects, including even genomics, the majority of the genomic data in Africa is actually sitting in the global north. And this is critical. Genomic data is so important. We've got leaders who don't appreciate the importance of genomic data, because genomic data actually, especially when it comes to national security, it's very, very important, especially these days. But our leaders are not aware that genomic data, the WEF, about just before COVID lockdowns, they had a conference in South America, and genomic data was seen as the gold of the current gold. You see what I mean? Because it's so important. It's about genomic data of populations. So we've got those when it comes to languages. So our data is collected and is kept by people overseas in the global north. It's about us, it's about our thing. Now, genomic data, you train algorithms on the data, and then you can then have predictive outcomes. That's why it's so important, because AI depends on that data. You need to have that big data first, and then you'll train an algorithm on that data, and then you get an unsupervised outcome from a computer. That's why AI is what code is so important. You just train the genomic data. I mean, the data is an input from African society. An algorithm is trained on that, and then the computer computes an unsupervised outcome from that. Can you see how important that is? Now, the colonialism comes from this fact that if global north people are taking what you call our African data, they are going to exploit it for their own ends, not for our ends. That's where colonialism part comes in. Because we are now allowing ourselves, by not participating fully in this system, we are allowing our data to be taken by other people to use for their own ends, not for our own ends. So then there's going to be a bias, there's going to be a lack of equity in artificial intelligence. But if we are not participating, we are actually facilitating it ourselves. I think the other question was about the second one that comes from that. Well, I don't see now. I think it was Prof.
Can someone beam them for me? Okay. The other
So how do we move from the curse of wealth? Because that's what is happening in Africa. The majority of the people are suffering seriously at the moment. I mean, Congo is in a situation where it is now because it is the wealthiest country. It's a huge country. It's also the wealthiest country in the continent at the moment in terms of minerals. And that's why there is so much conflict. Now, I heard at one stage there were more than 100 militias controlled by external forces in Congo, because people want to exploit the wealth of that. So how do we come from that curse of having resources to this? It requires a collaboration between politicians and the academia and industry. It should be a quadruple helix, really. The community, the industry, and they should all have a unified purpose. Helix means that these people, the academia, the industry, the community, and the politicians and the governments come together and address the situation and then say, how do we together operate? Academics can't do it alone. So it has to be a unified thing. So we need to create, we can start that as academics, to create that kind of quadruple helix, a forum involving these four entities, where we all agree that we've got a specific purpose to address, and then we go together. The funding, the solutions, everything come from a unified position. That's what we need, in my view, as a start, to form that. You can't deal with something like this without a solid structural arrangement. So you need a solid structural arrangement that involves all four of these sectors, in my view. And I think universities can initiate something like that.
Maybe I'll add to what Prof. Ntwasa is saying. In the interest of the conference, and you spoke a lot around the mineral wealth and the cases of the African continent. So there are a number of things that worry me that maybe technology is going to address now. So the first one is there's a lot of talk around the critical minerals now. And the irony of it, remember, the private sector is self-regulating. Private sector never want command and control, and they'll make it a point that they remain self-regulating. What happens? A company needs to declare what they've taken out of the cell to the government. It declares. The government does not have like a mandate. Technically, governments don't rule over these companies. And I say without technology to know how much is being extracted, at what rate, where, then it's going to be problematic. So in the olden days, we don't have technology maybe to assist us in monitoring what is being extracted. And I'm saying the time has come where technology can assist us at least to account in terms of what is being taken out of the ground and what is underneath the ground. Right now, possibly the best geological maps in Africa, they are not in Africa. You want the best soils map, geological map for Rwanda, you have to go to Belgium. You want the best geological map for South Africa, Zimbabwe, maybe you have to go to the UK. No wonder why then we are under the microscope, because people outside the continent know more than what we know. So then we are saying, then how does modern technology assist us as people of the continent to understand what do we have in terms of wealth and how to manage it? So I think I want to throw it back in terms of how can universities then initiate work that assist our governments in Africa to understand the resources, the extent of the resources we have now. The reason why maybe China came ahead of everybody, it's like they know everything. Why? The Road and Belt Initiative for China is not for the roads. So it's for the minerals. You open a road from Cape to Cairo. Honestly, the one who knows the geology of Cape to Cairo is the one who's opening the road. So, so these are some of the challenges that we face on the continent that we have not addressed fully in terms of equipping ourselves, having the best geological degrees, geology degrees, having the best mining degrees. In Mauritius, they were a sugar nation. So what they did in university, they introduced sugar degrees first to understand how to deal with the sugar. How do we make a sugar economy tick? You must have capacity in sugar production, and everything to do with the value chain of sugar needs to be understood. We don't understand the value chain of critical minerals on the continent. And this is why then our universities are behind in terms of what kind of programs do we need, what kind of capabilities do we need then to address this issue. So I'm saying, let's throw in the mix then the technology side of things so that we can understand what is happening there's a lot of illicit trade in minerals. A helicopter can fly out of South Africa, fly out of Zimbabwe, loaded with gold or DRC. So this is what I was talking about. There might not be war after all in the DRC, as long as you don't touch who else minerals, whose mine is there now. So I think there are a lot of challenges that as Africans we need to wake up and do things that are needed. A ban is one of them, and it's not a criminal act to ban the export of critical minerals like what Zimbabwe has just done yesterday. So at least we need to recalibrate and say, what do we do? So we have a situation where technology has gone ahead of us. China has come to Zambia early, taken all the copper mines that were actually almost redundant. Remember, copper went almost $0. And these mines were redundant. And those who had technology have recolonized these copper mines wherever they are. And we are being exploited now because we are just simply looking and we are taking a back seat as Africans. And I want again to emphasize what he's saying. We need to take our space as Africans and collaborate. It's only Africa that does not have an agenda for everybody else. Everybody else has got an agenda for us. So then that's where the problem is. Everybody else has an agenda for Africa, and Africa has got zero agenda for anybody. So there's no way in which then we are going to prosper, because where there's no vision, people perish. Countries, the continents are perishing because we simply don't have a vision of engage. How do we engage with America? How do we engage with China? How do we engage? China has got a vision of how do we engage? How do I engage with Africa? The first thing is to build them a head office in Ethiopia. So how do you have a situation where 53 countries are being sponsored to build their own head office? So then it becomes a problem. How many wires have been put in that head office that you don't know? Because you're not the one who was putting the bricks in there. So this is where the problem is in terms of the vision of the continent. Everybody else has a vision for us, and we don't have the vision for those that we're engaging with. So I think this is something that we really need to look at and create visions from the universities, write strategies for the government, those that want to listen, and it will help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for great expositions and responses. Can we please have the questions beamed as well? Okay. Allow me to come back to you again, Prof. Snell, because I think this question may not have been done justice to. The question is, in achieving that cybersecurity goal, what is your opinion on the reliance on external digital technologies?
I think we dealt with that one.
Did you?
We dealt with that one to the extent where I said, as Africans, we should promote the creation of African products, African services, so as to not have to rely on external technologies. So I think in that context we did. But maybe I'd like to hop on data colonialism and data sovereignty.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something I can hop on. My understanding is data colonialism is the fact that foreign countries, not necessarily the former colonialist historical countries, but current time cyber colonialists, right, keep the data of Africans in their data centers where they are. And I think that is the issue. With data sovereignty, we push for the creation of data centers so that data is kept in Africa instead of exporting our data outside. There are obviously certain factors and issues that one has to consider, especially in Africa. Like I said, money is usually one of the big ones. To build a data center is not a joke. So you will most certainly have a foreign company trying and building a data center there. But I think governments can still be a little bit strict in terms of the policies that they have to insist that we avoid using foreign services, foreign service providers, foreign applications, and that we rely on local-made solutions. As I said, even in the AI race, you know, there is this whole talk of AI for Africans by Africans. You know, that is the big discussion right now. So it also relates to the whole discussion of data colonialism and the effect of people wanting to have data sovereignty.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Advocate Taluba, she says, Prof. Kwasa, is there any hope in migrating from resource curse to a blessing in extractive industries in Africa? How do we weave through the geopolitical nonsenses?
That's the one we just.
Oh, it is the one. Okay, okay. All right, all right, all right. Let me read the next one. Could the failure to regulate artisanal small mining, did we do this one again? No,
No, not really.
no, we didn't. Okay.
It's about SDGs.
All
That's
right.
where you
Scroll down.
the one at the bottom.
Very bottom, is talking about
Artisanal mining,
Memorials,
SDGs.
SDGs.
how to
Okay,
remove
can you
the-
scroll down
That's not
again?
small mining.
not affecting Africa's regulation and how to remove the whatever to.
Prof. Namo.
Okay.
Okay, how do we, thank you.
Leverage maritime domain.
How do we, this one is for Prof. Namo, how do we leverage maritime domain to benefit Africans?
Yes, I think this is quite an interesting. I remember in my introduction, I was talking about the paradox of our relationship with the oceans. And there's one, in one platform when I was with President Beck, I'm not name dropping here. Okay. He spoke about maybe in our defense, maybe 3 ships we had. And one of them, he wanted it to be stationed in Senegal because, President Beck was Afrocentric. To just protect the resources and maybe overfishing. And you see, one of the challenges we have now in the ocean is about, it's almost the same like in the mining sector, at least we can see them. We can see that there is the thief. He has gone into the land and sat there. But in the ocean, you might not see who is the thief. Because the thief is going to come by night and you don't have the resources to monitor. So one of the challenges we have as the continent is, I don't think we have got even one country that is manufacturing ships. I doubt very much. Because if South Africa cannot manufacture, I can't think of another country that can be manufacturing these things. So in the first place, the capacity to monitor the ocean is not there. So it means then as a continent, if we're going to protect these resources, we need then to protect them properly. So if we're dealing with the pirates in the ocean, then we need to what? To come together and do it together. So you can imagine we've got countries that are not resourced. You can imagine a country like Djibouti and other, maybe Eritrea that is there at the corner. It won't have the resources that are required to manage. So this is where I think the AU needs to come together and say, how do we even talk about regional value chains? We can actually pull resources together, manufacture those ships, or even produce one car from Africa. The entire continent. We can't manufacture half a car. We can't. So this is where the challenge is. We are a big continent that has got resources, but I think on the human side, like you were saying, we are still lacking. You know the pain I hear about, Mosibuti, some of you know Mosibuti Mangena. One progressive minister who did the jewel. The jewel was an electric car. Where is it now? Where is the jewel now? It's nowhere. But where is the world now? The world is talking about electric vehicles. And South Africa had an electric vehicle. So the vision, what? The vision got lost. So when the vision gets lost, we lose the vision. So if by now the electric the batteries are talking about from lithium, the batteries are talking about, we could actually have moved many steps ahead if we're taking the jewel seriously. And there are other technologies that have gone to the countries from South Africa, from Zimbabwe, from wherever they're coming from, because the vision is not there. You invent a helicopter, you fly a helicopter using a 404 engine like one guy in Uganda. The government is going to lock you up. So why should you lock up the guy who has managed to fly an aircraft and say the first thing is to say it's not airworthy, but it's flying, whether it has been made. So you see where the issue is. We are in the business of not taking innovation seriously. I'll give you the last example. Of course, the other one for the rocket science, There is a guy called Tumelo. Tumelo is the son of an orphan who did a mascot called Zakumi. If you know Zakumi, it was done by Tumelo. Tumelo is there in Amaskro. What did SAFA give Tumelo for that innovation? A kit for balls for the school, and that was it. So is that how you reward innovation? That's not how we reward innovation. I'm talking about real life examples here. Here is a young boy who is a mascot for the country. He does not have a mother. He's an orphan, does not have a father. And the reward is you give, now you can follow that on the net. You give that school balls, a kit for everything. For the entire country that was happy with Zakumi. And he even gives the history as to why Zakumi. You remember Zakumi was like in the form of a hippo. He says, because Bafana has been beaten so much, I thought this time they were going to win, especially there is even the explanation as to why he did Zakumi. It's all innovation, but we don't reward innovation. So this is also some of the challenges we are facing on the continent. And when we don't reward innovation, these guys, they go there and run Pfizer. They give us a jab for COVID, and these guys are Africans. So you see, this is where the challenge is we are facing on the continent. The most useless office on African continents is the one on IP. That is the worst resources office you can ever go to. You rather than a resource, the one that's dealing with the defense or whatever, but the one that deals with the engine of the development of the country, which is IP, is the worst resource. So I can assure you, you can get to any African country, that office is the worst resource. And we are talking about innovation. Who is going to patent that? So by the time you want to patent, that thing has been patented many times, my friend. The drug you want to patent, the regulations that are there, have it that it has to be patented many more times before it comes down to you with a name you never recognize. So I think there are a lot of things that are happening, legal, technological, that we really need to sit down as Africans and say, part of it is you need to disrupt those laws. China has simply disrupted everything. This idea of patents does not exist in China. You find a Jeto that is basically a defender. That guy is a defender. So what is the business of a defender doing in a Jeto? But then these are some of the things that are happening. So I think at times there are things that we need really to move on the fine line of breaking the law so that we can have the innovation. So the way, you are the lawyers here, the way the innovation system has been set, it will never advantage us. And if you can't disrupt that, we are not going to progress. So we need then brains that come and say, how then do we disrupt the system of innovation and patenting that does not favor us from the global south? It has to be a revolution. There are things that require a revolution. There are things that don't require to talk. Those policies were put there by human beings, and we need us to put there, to get in there as human beings. Not to sign teachers' increased salaries without reading the contract. Then you end up in court. That actually happened somewhere.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm being advised that we have to end the session now. I think we have enjoyed it. Can you help me to give a round of pom-pom to the presenters? It was very informative, and I'm also advised that we have to congregate by the exit right at the back. There is need for a group photo to be taken for these memories to be captured even into the future. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Discussions of session, what do you call it? Session panel, session C, I think. Let me see, yeah. Session 5C, FinTech and Financial Inclusion. Do we have presenters for this session in the house? One. Please, when you come back, bring the other three. If he's the only one here, mathematically, means the other ones are out there where he's going. Are you all in here looking forward to this session? Yeah, fintech and financial inclusion. Wow, this is big English. So, yeah, we need to finish this stuff, eh? Yo, I need to go and grab these people by the collar. Oh. So what you do? Oh, okay. That's good. So you have two now? 50%. But still sitting on 25% until the other one comes back. If he doesn't change his mind, he decides not to come back.
I'm sure he'll come back. He was very eager. He was the first one to leave. He was already sitting there.
Get ready for the presentations. Welcome to parallel session 5C, which focuses on fintech and financial inclusion. This session is scheduled to begin at 11 o'clock and end at 10 minutes past 12. So we are 5 minutes away from finishing it. So we're supposed to have 4 speakers, but we have 2 in the house. So we shall not wait. Your time is 15 minutes per speaker, so please stick to the time. And also that there shall be a question and answer session at the end of the presentations. We have 10 minutes for that. Having said that, I want to welcome the speakers and hope that you will enjoy speaking to us. And please keep your English as simple as possible so that we understand you, so that we can contribute to your work and not pretend to have understood you. So I'm going to call upon Kiabetse G. Dinti, who is going to be presenting on the first topic, the Odyssey to a harmonized digital payments market in Africa, an analysis of the legal regulatory framework and digital transformation agenda of the African Union. Wow, this is big. Please come through.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kiabetse Dinti. I'm a postgraduate student from the University of Limpopo. I will be taking you through the Odyssey to a harmonized digital payments market in Africa, looking at an analysis of the legal regulatory framework and the digital transformation agenda of the African Union. I am co-authoring this paper with Ms. Lisbeth Letsalo and Mr. Surprise Ngwane, and unfortunately they could not be with us today. My presentation outline is as follows. I will be taking you through the introduction, then going through the digital trade protocol, then looking at the legal framework, then comparative lessons, and giving the conclusion. Now, colleagues, Africa is undergoing a rapid digital transformation, and as a result of that, governments and other organizations such as the African Union embrace technology to ensure that we have economic growth. So this sees investment in information and communication technology, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and smart infrastructure across the continent. So this investment, they signal a need for a new era of innovation and opportunities. Now, looking at the African Continental Free Trade Area, the AfCFTA, it is a landmark single continental market for goods, services, people, and capital. So instead of having multiple markets whereby every market deals with one aspect, now we have a single continental market for all of them, making it easy for intertrade and also moving along with the digital trade. And this has been anchored into the agenda of 2063 of the Africa that we want. This was touched upon by Professor Tladi in her keynote address on Tuesday. Then moving along, we have the Digital Trade Protocol. The Digital Trade Protocol of 2024 introduced the regulation of digital commerce. Now, Article 15 deals with the cross-border digital payments. It also deals with investment, government procurement, and also intellectual property, copyright, and the competition and the licensing thereof. So in order to pave the way for a harmonized digital payment in Africa, the African Union has initiated efforts to establish a digital single market in Africa by 2030. Now, the one that I mentioned in the introduction, it is a traditional way that we are used to. So now that we are in the fourth industrial revolution, the African Union has made efforts to ensure that we establish a digital single market in Africa, to ensure that we move with the technology and we are innovating. So this will tackle regulatory fragmentation in fintech and also enable the firms to scale across Africa. So this will be supporting innovation, competition, and ensuring that we have financial inclusion. An example of the above is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the PAPSS. So now the PAPSS provides instant cross-border payments in local currencies and it lowers transactional cost. So as a result of the PAPSS, it means that we have market access and small and medium enterprises can now go branch in Africa knowing that they do not have to worry about extra cost, and also the instant cross-border payments assist to curb corruption in an instance that the person will say, I have paid for this, and the payment will reflect after several days, only to find out they have not done so. So when the payments are instant, then we can lower the transactional cost and ensure that there is no fraud. Then moving along to the legal framework, the AfCFTA Digital Trade Protocol requires member states to pass national laws recognizing electronic payments, digital signatures, and cross-border payments obligation. This will ensure that the digital trade agreements are legal binding and they are enforceable across the continent. So now when member states, they incorporate this in their domestic law, it will be easy to hold them accountable when they are not following suit. Importantly, we must ensure that the protocol upholds non-discrimination. And this can be done by ensuring that foreign and digital services are treated equally by adopting a fair and transparent regulation that promotes competition, innovation, and confidence in Africa's digital economy. Now, we did comparative lessons between South Africa and Botswana, and this is what we found. South Africa is a leading fintech hub in Africa with a strong revenue growth and advanced regulation. It was seen in April 2024 that South Africa contributed 20% to fintech and 40% to the continent of fintech. However, it still faces challenges with financial exclusion. This is as a result of its complex legal rules and compliance thereof. Now, in contrast to Botswana, Botswana has a smaller fintech market and it is growing quickly. Its simple regulation and collaborative approach has helped improve the financial inclusion faster. The lessons that we can draw from this comparison is that innovation must be balanced with effective regulation. So it means that simple and practical policies can help speed up the inclusion. Now, in conclusion, the AFCFTA Digital Trade Protocol, particularly Article 15, is a major step towards unifying Africa's digital economy. By harmonizing cross-border digital payments and standards, it reduces regulatory fragmentation and it strengthens fintech growth across the continent. More than a technical rule, Article 15 is central to Africa's broader goal of economic integration, digital innovation, and inclusive development. Now, taking from what Professor Clyde said on Tuesday, she mentioned that technology overpowers the law and that there is a need for legal framework that keeps up with technology. Thank you.
Well done. I like you. You are more of an economist than a lawyer. She did a presentation in exactly 5 minutes and 28 seconds. May we please draw some lessons from this presenter? Having said that, I now will call upon the second speaker, if in the house, Dr. Kanyisile Twabu, or Mr. Maroti Limakwane, or Miss Abongile Muloi. Is any ambassador of this trio or quartet in the house? You want to check for us? Okay, thank you. Can we then proceed to the next one while you probably invite them to the house? Then we'll give them their opportunity. So in the interest of time, while Prof is helping us locate this speaker, I'll call upon Dr. Justice Mundonde to come and give us a talk on mobile money adoption and bank credit growth in sub-Saharan Africa, panel evidence from 2010 to 2024. Dr. Mundonde.
I forgot that we spoke earlier.
It happens, don't worry.
This is the one.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be sharing with you the findings of a study that we undertook on sub-Saharan Africa, the title of which has been read out already, but it's also important to read it out by way of reinforcing listening and attention. The study reads mobile money adoption, bank credit growth evidence from sub-Saharan Africa. I should hasten to say that this was a collaborative effort between Professor Makone and myself. We jointly worked on this paper. The motivation of undertaking this study is principally, and one of which is that we share a common passion for development finance in Africa. And for that reason, it was not even a problem or difficult on our part to agree and settle down on this research. And the second reason is observation by GSMA 2024 that reported that rapid expansion of mobile money is at a great rate or at a very high rate in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, a number of reasons are cited in literature for this observation, one of which is the structural weaknesses in the traditional banking sector. I think you do agree with me that the distribution of banks on the African continent is by and large concentrated in urban centers relative to the rural Africa. Now, those who are of the theorist orientation, they have taken a transaction cost approach, to explain this distribution and this phenomena. Their supposition and assumption is that there's a negative relationship between the level of economic activity and the concentration or the density of population and the transaction cost of running or establishing a bank branch. Now, because of this, we therefore find that most of the banks are concentrated in urban centers, and very little in terms of representation is in rural areas. Now, it is in this space, therefore, that we then find mobile money coming in to shape, reshape, metamorphosize the financial landscape. Because of that, there are debates now in literature, both at empirical level and theoretical level. Some are arguing to say that banks are actually facing stiff competition from mobile money services operators. Yet some are also of the orientation that these two can actually coexist and complement one another. Those who argue in favor of the complementarity hypothesis, their rationalization, they rationalize, they are thinking on the basis that mobile money service providers, they are doing a great job in eliminating information asymmetry in the financial landscape. This is because they do collect a large set of data pool and data sets, which for people who were previously marginalized, there is now a financial digital record of their financial behavior in terms of consumption, behavior in terms of saving. They also argue and say that those who are of the marketing orientation, for instance, because of these large pools of data that are being collected from mobile money service providers, it is now possible, it is now feasible to then target the provision of financial services such as loans, insurance, to previously marginalized group, in which sense these two can be argued to coexist in the same space. But there are also those who are of the substitution effect. Their argument is that mobile money service providers, they are actually competing with banks. They are basing their findings in some studies done in some jurisdiction, one of which is Mozambique, where evidence was provided using quasi-financial experiments to the substitution effect of mobile money service providers being competition to traditional banking system. Now, this sentiment is also echoed even by the World Bank and the IMF studies on the African continent, where they actually caution that it is imperative and important for regulators and policymakers to see to it that mobile money transaction services, being on a high level of growth, they will not end up destabilizing the financial service sector. So these are two competing hypotheses with regard to the advent of mobile money on the financial landscape. Now, the research question that we sought to answer in this study is, does mobile money influence bank credit growth in sub-Saharan Africa? Now, though we do appreciate that literature on mobile money services and consumption of higher order financial services, such as insurances and bank loans, is changing, is evolving, is metamorphosizing, our observation is also that this strand of literature is not very visible when comparison is made to literature on financial inclusion, financial adoption, for instance. So this sentiment is also echoed by MasterCard 2019. In their evidence gap analysis, they showed that most researchers are not focusing on mobile money as a conduit to the consumption of higher order financial services as I have defined them. And their sentiment is also supported by these three studies, one in 2021, another one in 2022, and another one in 2025. Where efforts have been made to close this gap, empirical findings have by and large been conflicting. There seem to be no consensus between researchers and academics on whether it is the complementary hypothesis that's running the day or whether it's the competing hypothesis. For instance, I can cite a study that was done in Ghana in 2016. In that study, evidence was provided that there's a long-run relationship between bank credit growth and the mobile money service provision. So the study argued and said the direction of causality is unidirectional in nature, and it actually runs from mobile money to the consumption of loan services. But a study that was also done in a similar study on the same topic done in Ghana was by and large inconclusive. The researchers, they actually argued that it's difficult to ascertain whether the consumption of loan is as a function of one holding or having opened a mobile money services account. So as you can see, from both the theoretical perspective and the empirical perspective, there is no consensus as to which direction and how does mobile money tend to interact with bank credit consumption or the consumption of higher services transactions. Now, to answer this question and to provide a panel evidence for sub-Saharan Africa, we used an ARDL model, a PMG variation of the model, to try and answer this question. Now, the dependent variable is bank credit growth to private sector as a function of or as a percentage of GDP, and the main explanatory variable was the mobile money transaction value. The control variables for the study was GDP per capita, inflation, trade openness, political stability. These are the variables that we fed into the model. Maybe out of interest, a bit of preliminary statistics and diagnostics. Mobile money credits as a percentage of GDP in sub-Saharan Africa is estimated to be around 39%. Now, this is far, far too low when comparison is made with, say, OECD, for instance. The same metric is in the range of 80 to 90%, which means as Africa, we have a great deal of work to be done to see to it that our small SMEs, businesses, and industry is large, it has access to credit and access to finance. We also found that there's a strong relationship between the size of the economy measured through the GDP and credit. So in terms of cross-sectional dependency, the panel didn't show evidence of cross-sectional dependency, and the series in terms of stationarity, they are mixed in nature, which means our choice of methodology in this case is appropriate, can be rationalized. Now, the results of the findings are as follows. Mobile money strongly influence the consumption of higher order financial services. In other words, our study is in support of the complementary hypothesis. These two paradigms can actually exist in the same space without seamlessly, in the same space. So other than the mobile money service consumption, access to credit or bank credit growth is a function of GDP per capita. The larger the economy, the better it is for banks because they have a market through which they can actually sell loan services. So other factors that affect bank credit growth from our study is trade openness and political stability. The error correction term of the regression model is 31%, which means there's a 31% speed of adjustment in the event of disequilibrium. So what do these results mean? What's the implication of these results? So evidence is provided in support, as I said before, of the complementarity hypothesis. Mobile money enhances liquidity and reduces information asymmetry. These are the two main channels, as I alluded to, of the complementary line of thinking, to say that access to mobile money services is doing a great job, a great deal of job in reducing information asymmetry within our financial landscape. And at the same time, mobile money service provision is also doing a great job in terms of savings mobilization. In as much as in some cases the savings value may be small, but if aggregated at continental or even at national level, the amounts involved will be great, and eventually the supposition is that they will find their way into a bank one day and somewhere. So our findings as well, they do extend the technology acceptance models, the terms models towards credit intermediation. It adds to the list of factors, that contributes to people desiring and endeavoring to open, say, a mobile money service transaction account. And we do contribute to literature by providing a dynamic regional sub-Saharan evidence. We found this lacking, hence we embarked on the journey to do and undertake this study. Then from a policy perspective, we suggest from the findings of this study that it is imperative and important that policymakers do promote interoperability of mobile money service transaction. Interoperability in terms of a mobile money wallet to mobile money wallet, or a mobile money wallet to a bank account service. So that's that level of interoperability. It's imperative that policymakers pay attention to that so that it can be promoted. The hope and the goal being that once a digital footprint is created, for those who are previously marginalized, we can then end up with a situation whereby this information can be used to disperse and sell loans. And it goes without saying that digital infrastructure development is important. Thank goodness we are at a conference where we are addressing and focusing on these issues. For extension and effective implementation of policies in this space, we do require infrastructure, both soft infrastructure and hard infrastructure. It has to be state of the art. And it also goes without saying that institutional quality is important. In our study, we measured this by the level of political stability. So it's important that as nations or as African countries, we see to it that the political space is conducive for doing business. So by way of conclusions, limitations, and future research, I have to reiterate that the key takeaway from our study is that mobile money positively influenced bank credit growth in sub-Saharan Africa, and this effect is not in the short run, but in the long run. Institutional quality and macroeconomic stability matters. We do accept the fact that we used macro data instead of micro data. Those who are interested to further probe this question and compare findings to our study, they can also look for proxies that they can disaggregate, and estimate and compare our findings with theirs. We also recommend that alternative methodologies in terms of modelings can be applied. In this case, we used a panel ARD model, but so many other models can be suggested as well, and then we can compare findings thereafter. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I like the speakers, the time economists, and we would like to see a perpetuation of that behavior. That said, I'm now going to call upon our third speaker. Let me see now who is coming in. Please make your way. Thank you very much. That will be Dr. Kanyisile Twabu and others in a paper entitled Ethical Governance, Agile Systems Thinking, and the CSIR Towards Sustainable and Inclusive Digital Transformation in South Africa. Wow, looking forward to that. Is that you?
So there's a deal. I'm going to go first and then she comes after.
No deals.
No deals.
It's fine, it's fine. If there's a deal, it's fine. It's okay, it's okay. You can, yeah. So, because of some illicit deal there, we're changing the program. So, let me see. Okay. In fact, instead, we're going to have a paper entitled The Right to Remedy in Cross-Border Cyber Delicts, Reflections on Meta Platforms, INC versus Mutaung and others. I think this is a case. Yeah, and you can see that the way I'm citing it is not quite convincing. Dr. Mafulela in the house.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you. Okay, good morning. Oh, it's afternoon, eh? I can see the energy levels. It's the last day of conference, and the battery is always running low, as you can imagine. But I'll try and keep it lively as I can. I was also encouraged by the chair to also use accessible language for those of you that might not be lawyers in the house. So I'll try both, and then you guys can be the judge whether we've won Okay, so the topic of the day, the right to remedy in cross-border delicts, reflections on Meta platforms versus Motaung. And the name is Tulani Mafulela. I'm from UJ. Okay, so we keep it light with titles so that the conversations can be understood. Okay, so what are we really discussing? We're discussing what you call big tech. I'm sure all of you guys would have a sense of what this is. The big trillion-dollar companies, the alphabets of the world, NVIDIA, the guys that power all the AI hardware. So that's the context. Those are the people we'll be talking about today. And we'll add the law on top to that conversation. So what you have realized, I'm sure at some point in the conversation, is that the big tech companies are everywhere and in every part of our lives. They offer credit, they give us all the tech that we require for communication and almost anything. Someone in the morning was talking about genomics. I'm sure there's a big tech company also involved in those things. So they're everywhere, that's the context. And the key question then becomes, when something goes wrong, as they interact with us, where do you go? And the wrongs that we'll be discussing today is what we call personal injury. The legal term there is delict, but effectively if you get hurt, your body, financial interests and so forth, but primarily harms to the person or your psychological harms, where do you go to? And that will be the key question for the day. Okay, so Meta platforms, I'll give you a bit of a context of what's happening here. Effectively, Meta is the parent company for Facebook. And then what Facebook requires is that we take away all the bad things on their platforms. You'll be surprised what people post on these platforms. Someone will post a crime, an assault, and all the hectic things that human beings do. They are posted online. So what we then require is what we call content moderators, for some of you that are not familiar with the terminology. So the content moderators are the individuals that then remove all this harmful content online. It's not just on Facebook, all your favorite applications, TikTok, Instagram, they all have this sort of people. They're at the back end. If you were to give an analogy, think of the miners that remove your cobalt, and then at some point in time you've got your lovely iPhone. These are the guys that are at the back end making sure that our platforms are safe. Okay, so the setup here is that Meta, Facebook's owner, has got the US version, it's got the international version hosted in Ireland, and these guys then hire a local local contractor. That's the name, Sama Sosia. This local contractor then hires Kenyans. The Kenyans are given access to the platform to then remove the harmful content. Why do they go through all this elaborate technical work? Who wants to guess? It's an actual question. Why are they setting this up? All these complicated things. It's to evade responsibility. When anything goes wrong, there's no one to look for. Someone would then say, no, I'm not involved in Kenya, I'm sitting in lovely in Ireland or the United States, and you guys are doing your own funny things there in Africa. Okay, so that is a setup. It will be a local contractor that's given the work to ensure that we are safe in our platforms. Okay, this was done around 2017. Fast forward somewhere down the line, the guys start suffering harmful consequences of removing content, psychological harm, and we protect that in law through delict. They also suffered lots of labor issues. You find that they were poorly paid, poor working conditions, long hours, all the things that we typically find in the global south. We know these stories. Okay, so they try and sue Meta, the parent company. And guess what Meta says? We're not domiciled in Kenya. We're not sure what you guys are doing there, but we're not involved. Okay, so we're not domiciled, so the courts don't have jurisdiction to litigate against us. So that then takes these cases to the courts. The Kenyan courts, this is happening in Kenya, by the way, I didn't mention. Okay, so the Kenyan courts then say, no, you are actually part of this lawsuit and you must answer alongside your local independent contractor, which is Samasos here. Okay. For the lawyers in the House, this was a bit of a crafty judgment. The issue of domicile was, the court really did a bit of gymnastics here. They did what we call procedural justice. Instead of having actual physical presence, they were a little bit crafty. Okay, but that's not the matter at hand. The idea is these guys are supposed to be, they're supposed to answer to these allegations on merit. Okay, so 2 questions that I'll be investigating in my future paper. Are African courts fit for purpose to litigate against big tech? And then the second question, what other alternatives do we have? In particular, these days, I'm quite interested in arbitration. Okay, so that is what we'll be looking at. Courts is an option. Most issues are litigated in courts. That's a primary mechanism. We go to courts to ensure that there's public adjudication, transparency. Our courts have lots of safeguards, procedural safeguards, constitutional safeguards. Once the judgment has been given, there's judicial precedent, which means that future harms, when they take place, we know how to deal with them. Okay, and of course, lastly, we've got state institutions to enforce court judgments. So courts are always the best place to go to. Okay, that's a nice part. The disadvantages, particularly as we see with cross-border dynamics, is that you can have a nice judgment on merit from Kenya, but the people that you want to enforce this are not in Kenya. So you've got an additional hurdle to cross. Okay. So what this means is that once, hypothetically, let's assume that these guys win, which the matters are now on merit, so they're being litigated to say are they actual labor violations and so forth. So once a judgment has been given from Kenya, let's assume it's a positive one, it has to go to these different countries, the US in particular, for recognition and enforcement of the judgment. 7 minutes remaining, but it's moving quite quickly. Okay, so as you can imagine, there's delays. It's costly for these guys to do so, which then takes us to the next avenue, which is these out-of-court processes. There's quite a few of them. I will, in the interest of time, just discuss arbitration. Okay, for the non-lawyers, again, this is like a private court. So instead of going to a public court, we look for a nice center of some sort. We put a prominent person there, and then that person litigates. We've got a private process that we agree on. And then that's the story that we use. Okay, key advantages of this arbitral process, they're quite standardized globally. There's lots of treaties and lots of national court regulation that in effect makes it a bit easier to go through these processes as opposed to court litigation. I have an example then of from South Africa that we've got. A few years back, there were a number of psychiatric patients that were wrongfully transferred. There's a process around how they should have been transferred, and these guys ended up losing their lives in state institutions. I won't go into the nitty-gritties of the factual background, but effectively, these were wrongful deaths at the hands of the state. And instead of going to court, all the parties, the families of the affected parties, decided to go to these special private courts. This specific private court was overseen by former Deputy Chief Justice, Dikgang Moseneke, and after that private court, they came up with a ruling. Each one of the families is to be paid 1.2 million rands as compensation for the wrongful deaths. So what are the lessons here? The lessons is that not everything must go to court. This was a structured multi-claimant process, which means that there was a framework for ensuring there is an outcome. some level of efficient administration of justice, and ultimately tangible remedies. So once these things are given, what we call arbitral awards, they can be enforced in the actual court. So the private judge will hear the merit of the case. Once there's an award, which is like a court judgment, it can be enforced through the courts. And the nice thing about this particular process is that there's a lot of international recognition of these types of things. There's treaties, there's national laws, which means that there is a way of ensuring these things work. Okay, so I am down to my last slide. How many minutes am I in now?
3 minutes and 49 seconds.
Left. Perfect. Thank you, Chair. This is my last slide. Let's see how far we get. Okay. So private courts as alternatives to the public courts, where are we? So arbitration as a remedy is an imperfect alternative. It's just one of the things in the toolbox. So the context, of course, is that we are dealing with very wealthy companies. Most of these guys, if you've got a valuation of 4 trillion, you're actually bigger than many of our nation states. So there are no perfect remedies in this system. We're just trying our best, and this is one of the options we've got. So what are particular some of the limitations with this whole arbitration story? Consent and party autonomy. You find that the big company has to say yes to go into these processes. If it says no, we're back to square one, where we're left with the courts. Access to justice. We find that as we go into these private rooms, most of these things are done closed doors. We don't know what they're really doing at the end of the day. There's no precedent, and sometimes there's a lot of confidentiality involved in these processes. So there's a risk that we'll sacrifice equality, justice, and procedural safeguards from the courts at the altar of speed and finality. So there's always risks in every process. The last risk, of course, is that our courts might refuse for us to take these things here. If you've got many people suffering harms, psychological harms, wrongful deaths, our courts might say you can't really take this to a private court. It must be in the actual court. So that's another risk. So what's my conclusion at some level? There are lots of imperfect options, but we must explore all of them as part of our toolbox in order to see how far we get. Okay. So in closing, arbitration is not a panacea to the issue of big tech harms, particularly in personal injury and intellect. However, in the context of the limitations of our courts, particularly on the enforcement side of things, arbitration must be part of our toolkit in order to close the gaps and try our best to get to a place where there's tangible remedy for those that are harmed by the activities of all these technology companies. Okay, thank you. We'll take questions later, Chair, right? Yes. Okay, that's me.
Thank you very much. You saved us 50 seconds. We appreciate. In the spirit of efficient utilization of time, I shall call upon the last speaker. Where are you now? Where's your paper? Please come through. Yeah, please come through. You introduce yourself and the paper. Dr. Gab.
Okay, please help me.
By the way, your time is 15 minutes.
Is it starting now or it's still going to
No,
count?
it doesn't start now. It starts the moment you start greeting people.
Okay.
Is it showing?
Now I see why it's showing me like that. I was still working on it.
while the speaker is getting ready, can you also be reminded to post your questions on this platform that's being displayed there? It's called slido.com. Please do. Thank you.
Now, it should be. Okay. Should we? The slide of it. Thank you. The chair said he will start counting. My name is Kanyisile Dwabo. Greetings, I think that's when it starts. He said he will count when I say hi. So hi, everybody. Oh, good afternoon. I'm going to talk on the ethical governance, agile systems thinking, and the 5IR towards a sustainable and inclusive digital transformation in South Africa. So, as much as I'm not a lawyer, or not from the legal context, it's critical that I appreciate everyone that is in the room, because I think by presenting these few slides, it's a knock on the door to say, hey, let's collaborate. Before we are citizens, we are human beings, right? So the study is, again, developed by 3 people. The colleagues are elsewhere. So what are we trying to achieve? We're trying to achieve a component where we're saying, let us focus on the core evolution of technology with the human and advanced human-machine collaboration. Let us ensure that all the technologies that are being developed are inclusive and adhere to the sustainability component, where it's not just about technology, but how does it add value. Let's make sure that our innovations are responsible and they are agile in the way and comprehensive in systems thinking, crucial for fostering responsible innovation. So our case study is at the institution, the University of South Africa. As indicated, from a human perspective, we have a responsibility to make sure that we align and abide by the legal frameworks that are there. So when you are seated here, it would be appreciated that the train of thoughts from a collaboration perspective would advise which critical frameworks could add value besides the ones that we've identified. Guided by the National Development Plan 2030, the POPIA, the King 4, and as well as the corporate governance. Collectively, we have a responsibility to foster governance-centered approaches that would assist us as we go forward. So our study, therefore, colleagues, is embedded from a digital transformation point of view, from a 5IR point of view, where we're saying AI and automation has a responsibility to ensure that there is a social justice that is included or embedded in it, as well as how we can benefit from an environmental stewardship point of view. We had sat down and asked ourselves critical questions. How can all these technologies that are there be a collective that will enable sustainable digital transformation at UNISA? We were asking ourselves, how does UNISA operationalize governance principles to support institutional strategy, sustainability, and societal challenges? Because before we're institutions, we have a responsibility to ensure that communities benefit from the developed strategies within ourselves. Otherwise, we can't just continue graduating people without methodologies that will assist the economies at large. What governance mechanisms and ethical frameworks are necessary for responsive navigation of 5IR technologies? So We looked into the institution as indicated. We are looking into qualitative interpretative research design. We prioritized document analysis, conceptual inquiry, as well as theoretical integration. I've indicated some of the data sources that we've looked into. We are coming from the ICT component, so it's easy for one to adapt to the theories that are there or the frameworks that are used. So the agile software development requires an agile emphasis, and we need to be adaptive, we need to collaborate, we need to have an iterative improvement approach. We have to make sure that we value individuals and interactiveness. Otherwise, how do you go on and develop something that does not speak to the recipient, the person that you're developing this for? So we're saying that organizations have a responsibility to ensure that their frameworks develop dynamic feedback loops. So we develop, we go back to the user, we understand, does it make sense? If the user is saying, no, let's use it this way, let's do this way. That way, we ensuring that whatever it is that is developing, it has been an ongoing engagement up until the last frames. So when we look into the systems thinking, it provides a holistic perspective on governance and innovation. We're ensuring that it also is a discipline for seeing who's recognizing the patterns and the interrelationships. We want to make sure that it reveals how these decisions in one domain produce ripple effects across the social, environmental, as well as the economic systems. Again, colleagues, I think by now, everyone and anyone who knows me, I'm big on Ubuntu, so I will skip that, colleagues. So with what we've looked at from our institution, we have identified that an ethical digital transformation requires us to pioneer digital education. I think we've been doing that very, very well, but there's always going to be a room for improvement. We've looked into how, as an institution, we've got to ensure that we've got global partnerships and we're aligning with the methodologies that are there that are going to help us enhance who we are as an institution and as thinkers as well. The moral responsibility in digital literacy is a critical one. Otherwise, if we don't understand what it is, we can have all the frameworks that are there, we can have all the regulations that are there, but it is important that we revisit the conversation and ensure that we understand how to adapt and how does it make sense to the institution and how does it make sense to the community and the academic publishing that we do all the time. Technology for sustainable development. Are we being sustainable? Is it that we understand what it means to utilize smart campus? What does smart campus mean to us? What does research, not only research, implementing, if you assess your institution currently, does it apply all the sustainable components that are required? Are our technologies environmental friendly? Are they not harmful to the users? Are we aligned? Which SDGs do we subscribe to? So we looked into what do we think these ethical digital transformation are subscribed to. And then in terms of how do we foster agility, we looked into which ones respond to the societal needs and how do we make sure that we advance. And obviously the bridging of the knowledge and the policy is one of those which the President Thabo Mbeki mentioned. Our Chancellor says the gap between knowledge production and policy implementation is one of those critical components which serve the continental developmental needs. So colleagues, AI as a fiduciary responsibility is one of those that we can never just keep it within this room today, but we have a responsibility to make sure that we understand that it is not an optional thing, rather a fiduciary responsibility, and we have to make it make sense for us. We need to make sure that we regulate what is it that matters to us, what is it that matters to the Constitution, what is it that matters to the communities? How does it add value? And from a board perspective, some of us here are seated at boards. What types of engagements do you make sure that you enhance these conversations? Are the policies within the boards that you sit into aligned? Are the AI policies there? Are they balancing innovation and the crucial concerns like privacy, liability, or you just sit there? So when you seated, you're getting an opportunity, ask yourself those necessary questions. From a publishing point of view, we are seated as scholars. What do we then do different in understanding that we each take accountability? From an agile regulation for 5IR, we're saying there are rigid legal systems which often lead to corporate ethics failures when unable to keep pace with the technological shifts. AI goes on every time, and like the chair now is telling me about the time. That's how fast AI is. But we have a responsibility to ensure that we keep up with the pace at which it goes. Let us ensure that we integrate critical systems thinking with sustainability principles, promoting continuous stakeholder engagements, echoing UNISA's iterative approach to institutional reforms. The digital equity and inclusion, yesterday there was a colleague who was presenting on ArcSuite, and I realized the critical conversation about inclusivity. Yes, the presentation was based particularly on the visionary component, and one realizes that when you look into how much inclusivity means, and we sit here and we privileged, we don't do enough, in one's opinion, to ensure that we enforce critical thinking on inclusivity and bringing up legal frameworks that are going to enable the technologies that are there, because if there's a legal framework that enhances that enables or protects the technology that is being developed from a psychological point of view, from a technical point of view, from a legal point of view. How do we ensure that no child is left unattended? How do we ensure that the dignity of the families are uplifted by just one person being included in the digital technologies? So the institution having those engagements is critical. So the framework, therefore, colleagues, is that we want to ensure that we've got input that draws from diverse stakeholders. We want to make sure that our processes apply agile methodologies, the output generates sustainable innovations, and then the feedback creates a learning loop that refines future decisions, ensures a system remains responsive for changing context and emerging challenges. I'm going to just conclude, Chair. Our findings are that the institution does demonstrate strong Ubuntu orientation, embedded in communal values, but it can do better, stakeholder inclusivity and social responsibilities. We are agile here and there. We are working towards ensuring that there's a lot of transparency and innovation capability. And might I add there, colleagues, the slide is showcasing one of the initiatives that are proof or evidence that we are, in fact, understanding the ethos of digital transformation in the truest form. If you look there in the visuals, you'll see UNISA Remote Africa Association. I was late, I was busy with that engagement online. We are across the African hemisphere. We even go outside of Africa. So anyone and everyone who wants to join and engage, share knowledge in that. We always have those monthly engagements. We also host conferences. We want to ensure that the knowledge that we have does not only remain in-house, but it goes beyond the continent, colleagues. We do have the drone trainings within the institution, ensuring that our colleagues are pilot and certified pilots and trained. And these are the initiatives that speaks to our framework that we're trying to look into. We have blockchain verification certificates that we, POC that we've developed. It also ensures that whatever certification that is developed there does not get to be duplicated by someone else. 3D printing as a service, and the colleague there from UJ, it's always nice to see that our institutions are doing incredible things, because we engaged with UJ at some point, benchmarking. So all what we're saying with our study colleagues is that our digital transformation is there, but it requires the ethics and the integrity of it. I will stop there, Chair. I'm trying to ensure that I keep up with your time. I'm sure you will appreciate the integrity on my end.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much. I want to applaud the speakers for managing time. You want to say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have come to the end of our presentations, but now we're going to begin with the question and answers on any of the topics that were shared with us. Okay, let me see now. I'll have to sit down and, okay, is there a chance of, is there a way of getting the questions to be here, or otherwise I'm going to sit down and Can you please help us? Sorry? Yeah, please come and take your position so that we can get questions. Yeah. All right, so these questions, let me see which one is the first. How do can I check it that the one that's appearing right on top is the first question? Okay. With that assumption verified, oh no, apparently not. Who is controlling this? The one that says, oh, okay, no, that's fine. Why are we skipping the one that says the feasibility of private? You don't want to ask it anymore? Because this is your question. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, colleagues, the first question says the feasibility of private international trade law, ADR, is deciding on the country to arbitrate, with an exclamation mark there. That must be a big statement. How does this enable speedy resolution? Do you have a particular person to whom this question is addressed? Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, feasibility of private international trade law, ADR So my sense of these things is that you have different ADR systems. So you have some for international trade, you've got some for private parties, you've got state-to-state resolution. You know, some of them are speedy, some of them are more expensive. So it just depends on the platform that you're in. So it's not obvious that you get a speedy resolution. My sense of the ultimate solution for what we were discussing is that at some point we need to start creating continental courts. So say for example, with issues with regarding to big tech companies, it's not really going to work for you, all these small pockets of private party engagements. What you need is continental wide courts that are empowered to actually have the sort of bargaining power to go against these big companies. So, you know, if you want to contrast this, think of EU level regulation. When Facebook violates data protection laws in EU, it's not Germany or Spain that goes against the big tech company. It's done at an EU level to then say you violated EU GDPR laws, therefore you're being litigated at an EU level. For us, that's where the real answer is. All these little corners, private arbitration here, you know, little court there, one African court, that's not really going to help us. So that's really my overall sense of what we need to get to in order to get the sort of resolutions we require. I think I digressed a little bit, but that's hopefully a bit helpful.
I hope that it is helpful. Prof, if you've got a follow-up question? No, it's helpful. The next question says CIR. How far you see an MIT cross-sectoral team realize privacy by design at prototype? I'm not so sure if I understand this question, but who is the intended, is that you?
Yes.
So you understand what
Yes.
the author is saying here?
Yes.
Please respond.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, Advocate, I think that's a brilliant question and a recommendation. I'm taking that as a recommendation as much as it's a question type, but it's a recommendation for collaboration and with the team that we have, then a prototype could be developed. And I like the fact that it will be then a global collaboration prototype that would be an incredible one that puts us on the map. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Doc. The next question is, during the week there was a health risk that is linked to the deployment of these innovations, 5IR. 5IR has been at the center of this debacle. Your view, Doc? I guess it's yours.
Again, the Advocate, I think I'm grateful to your view because I'm reading that as a view, as an input as well as much as and an opportunity rather. I think it's an opportunity for us to implement the proposal of the write-up that we have with the team. We all have a responsibility to ensure that these regulations are adhered to, and we do it now, we do it fast, because there's going to be more that will be a risk, and that requires us to act on them. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I assume that as the answers come through, they are making you very happy. And if that assumption is right, then the next question will be, should the model of ethical digital transformation not include the African Digital Compact? A particular audience? Is that you?
I'm taking it as a recommendation.
You guys must have a one-on-one conversation at lunch. Okay, please go ahead. Briefly and quickly.
I'm saying I'm taking it as a recommendation.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Is it a recommendation? Okay, brilliant. Then the next one, should we not use the Africa we want as a launchpad for ethical AI deployment? Prof, who wants to have a go at it? Between the two of you, seeing that the other two have been had.
Okay, should we not use the Africa Want as a launchpad for ethical AI deployment? So the elephant in the room is that the AU is not really a very functional organization for all these. If you write it up, you say we've agreed this is the right treaty mechanism, you send it to those gentlemen in Ethiopia, nothing really gets done. So we can talk about Agenda 63 until, I don't know, but in terms of implementation, getting them to adopt these things, I think we've got a challenge. So you're right around the vision. Yes, AU Agenda 2063, we've got all the things we need to have there. We can also add the AI in that pot. But in terms of getting things done, I don't know, maybe someone else is better placed to tell us where the gaps are. But as far as I see, this must be done at AU level, and AU is not really getting us where we need to. I know it's a grim answer, but that's the truth.
Thank you very much, Doc, for your grim view, which I seemingly, to some extent, agree with you, especially given that in the first 10-year implementation plan, the 10 projects that they needed to achieve by 2023, and they only managed 10%, which is one project. the Africa Continental Free Trade Area that you spoke about. That's the only project that was achieved in the first 10 years. However, we cannot throw in the towel on that basis. It's our Africa. It's still the Africa that we want. So we need to find solutions, make do what is seemingly undoable. Thank you. Can we please have the questions back on the screen? Okay, where are we now? It says here, tripartite focus seems to suggest regulation of 5IR. Should we not consider all-encompassing legislation that will align to eventualities, including satellites? Who is the target respondent here? Oh my God. People have got a huge appetite for you.
I think the advocate really enjoyed the presentation, and again, I think it's another recommendation. Listening to yesterday's presentations, the morning session, I think really one realizes that we had done this study before. So yesterday's presentation really put some thoughts into our heads that there must be more that we need to advance on that study and publish as well as do things, not just publish.
Thank you very much. I don't know who is in charge of lunch. What time is lunchtime? We don't want to overdraw time here. But moving to the next question, says, thank you for the very interesting presentation. I don't know which one, but the question says, what level of harmonization exists in Africa for the recognition of foreign judgments and arbitration awards? Who is the target respondent? Please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for that question. As it currently exists with the foreign judgments, it then depends on the countries you're taking it with. So if you've got a US foreign judgment, you want to take it to an African country, then depends on the courts to say, do you accept this? Are there arrangements in place? What do we look for? If it's aligned with public policy and the frameworks for that country. So there's no really single answer unless you are a little bit more specific. But in terms of arbitral awards, you find that it's typically more straightforward to have an arbitral award from a different space, and then you take it across the different countries. So, and there are national laws and there's treaty regulations that makes these things fairly more standardized than walking around with a judgment. So, in terms of harmonization, we find that it's easier to walk around with an arbitral award to say this was a fair arbitral award, this was the process we used, and we now want to enforce it. And courts typically don't interfere with private party arbitral awards. So the harmonization is slightly tilted towards arbitral award as opposed to the foreign judgments.
Thank you so much, Doc. The next question doesn't look like a question, it begins with congratulations there. Congratulations on Murumut Africa. Kindly share the registration link for widening participation across all higher education and training institutions. I hope that the person responsible for acting on this one is in the house, or at least will be able to have access to it. Is that you? Oh, brilliant. Good. Then another CIO here. What does CIO mean? Sorry? Yeah, okay. No, I'm gonna, okay, let's see. We still have a bit of some time, a few minutes to wrap up this question and answer session. I'd say CIO, talk to hackathon success story and how it can extend across universities. Who's going to respond to this? Is that you again?
That's why you love
it. No, let's, yeah. No, but it's a question that we'll take them in that order. Yeah, as they come. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. In fact, with regards to the success stories, we've now advanced to making sure that all the regions, as a start, across the university for this year are participating in the hackathon. This is to ensure that we equip our students growing their own timber, leave that whole student graduates and then beg for a job. But if you equip them with the skills, they can be employable. Also, you giving them that self-confidence that I have done this, and also exposing them to how competitive world is and how they can best be able to manage and do decision-making and be disciplined. And so the idea is that we don't just leave it here in South Africa, we go across borders. There is, for example, another outside institutions that I'm affiliated with, that we link up with Kenya, we link up with Tanzania, where students participate on a hybrid online approach where they develop initiatives that help advance themselves and their communities. So it's an incredible initiative, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question, how are you going to find jurisdiction? Doc, for you?
Okay, so I think maybe a bit more context. Which jurisdiction are you thinking of, Advocate?
It was linked to the question you answered before.
Oh,
about
okay.
International. Two questions.
Okay.
Was, are you then propagating the colonization of the mind by global north? When you then say, no, let's forget about, we must be busy with UN SDGs, and we must do research that talk about UN SDGs. Once UNISA is talking about Africanization, are we tongue twisted? The second one relates to the issue then about international, remember private law, private international law is a problem, because these big techs will then, even in the contract, decide the jurisdiction. Now, if you're saying you must actually go international, how do you found the jurisdiction? Because by virtue of them being who they are, they push their own agenda. For example, if you go to terms and conditions, have you seen when you are having an issue where they say you must go to US to argue for something that's happening here? It's ludicrous.
So my response really is the structural one. You know, all of these things, in my view, are more symptoms. What you really need is at some point to operate at a continental level. If you're developing, for example, AI regulation, we mustn't have South African AI regulation, Zimbabwean AI regulation, must be EU AI regulation that is enforced on all the tech companies. If we're dealing with issues of harms, for example, where we've got all these international companies coming on the continent, you know, if we are doing environmental harms, we mustn't have a South African regime, a Zimbabwean regime, you must have a continental-wide regime so that even in the day, there's more bargaining power against all these companies. Otherwise, all these things are symptoms. If you sign a contract with Meta, you're sitting in a small African country, you're not going to be able to dictate the terms of the contract. All the contracts are going to come from them. This is what we want you to do. These are the arbitral centers we'll go to. These are the rules on jurisdiction. You sign it. And every time you sign, obviously it's going to be against your interest. So ultimately, all these things we are running around in circles. Unless you start to really operate in a real meaningful way at a continental level, there's really very little bargaining power with big tech companies.
Okay, Doc, we'll take you to lunch. I think I'll deliberately begin to skip some questions. The question here says, do you have specific lessons from Botswana for their regulation of fintech and impact on financial inclusion? What are we doing wrong as South Africa?
Thank you so much for the question. From the comparative lessons that we did, we saw that Botswana has simplified legal rules, making it easier for people from other continents to follow, whereas South Africa has complex rules. So when people are from other countries, they find it difficult to follow those rules as there is no one assisting them. Hence, they would rather trade at another continent instead of South Africa. So if we can adopt simplified policies, that would greatly assist us with the application. information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as your session chair and sitting next to you, I'll throw in a smaller follow-up question on the same study on Botswana and South Africa. A question for you is, how did you choose on Botswana and South Africa, given their differences, especially in size and perhaps level of development? And also, what kind of data did you use to do the comparison?
Now, the topic came about because our colleague from School of Law has a relative from Botswana. So they came to South Africa, they wanted to buy a car. Then they were told that they have to go back to Botswana and withdraw money, then come back to South Africa and change the currencies. So that's how we developed the topic, and we saw it fit to use Botswana as an example. I don't know if that's answered.
Yeah, it does, but we'll take it to lunch also.
Thank you.
Next question, but that is the real colonization of the mind, but it's just a remark. Anonymous says, does mobile money-driven credit growth crowd out traditional banks, or does it instead reinforce formal banking through deeper financial inclusion? Doc?
Yes, thank you for the question. I should say that the question can be addressed both at theoretical level and at empirical level. And like I alluded to in my presentation, it all depends on one's theoretical disposition or empirical disposition. Because I stated as well in the presentation that studies carried out in Mozambique are not yielding similar results to studies carried out, say, in Kenya, say, in Ghana. So whether these two innovations, two financial innovations, they are collaborating or competing, it tends then to be dependent on where the study is undertaken. But then on the basis of the findings of our study, we are of the opinion that, or data evidence that we have provided, our informed opinion is that there is no competition between these two. They can actually exist in the same space without colliding with one another. So, like I've stated, it's both a theoretical question that speaks to a current debate in this space, but which can be answered depending on where a particular study is undertaken. But in our particular study, the recommendations or the findings are that these two are actually complementary.
Thank you, Doc, with your mobile money stuff. Just follow up on that one also. You speak of mobile money and whether it influences credit growth. What are the other forms of money that you excluded from this study, and why were they excluded?
Well, particularly we excluded a lot of things because it's not essentially a PhD dissertation, it's just a small study for presentation. And excluding other forms of money is also important to focus the direction of study and attention. So mobile money, in our opinion, it speaks pretty well to the theme of this conference, the issue of fintechs and financial services. So other forms of money that can be out there, we can go on and on and on and discuss about that. It's a very long debate.
Okay, Doc, I've heard you. Thank you very much. Can we please have the list of questions back? Are Africa's diverse monetary and regulatory regimes legally harmonized enough to sustain AfCFTA's unified payment system, or do major gaps remain? Are you still caucusing? Okay. Doc, please go for it.
Okay, fine. If we take it from the standpoint of payment systems, certainly the buck will remain with me or end with me. But if it's taken in the legal context, then it's speaking to something else that are not a specialty. But whether these things are harmonized to a sufficient level or to a level that we can be happy and satisfied with, it's also much of an empirical question than a theoretical question, if I'm allowed to take it that way. Because I'm thinking of a country like Zimbabwe, for instance, where I come from. There is no interoperability between, say, EcoCash provided mobile money payment system and the Net1 provided mobile payment system. These two are actually clashing, but actually in the same jurisdiction. But then you can imagine the level of complexity that comes in if we attend to say there's a money provision services in Botswana and another one in South Africa. Can these two be argued to say they are integrated and harmonized to an extent that can allow free flow of funds between countries? So pretty much an empirical question, a theoretical question, a debate as well, which can go on and on and on and on.
Okay. Doc, if it's a debate that's going to go on and on and on, let's put a halt to that and then take it to lunch also. I wonder how much time will be left for eating. I think we're going to skip this question on AFCTA and go to the next. Please, can you scroll up? Let's see what else we have that has not been spoken to. If there's still anything, I hope this is the last thing. Is that the last one? Yeah, in that case, then I want to take this opportunity to thank the speakers and all those people that posed questions, and the audience, the delegates for sitting in here. Even if I have not fed you for the last hour, you know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you once again. Yes?
Just to make a request that we not moving from the venue because we're having a book launch and we're in the process of actually calling the other participants from other venues.
Okay.
We're going to be very sharp and sweet and our own professor, homegrown professor, Professor Tladi, is the one, and Prof is the one who's going to be chairing. So I just wanted to place that intervention that now we're in the mood of launching a book now.
Okay, no, that's fine.
And we're not moving out of the venue.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. That are late. So let's sit in and wait for the book launch, and then we follow the program as directed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure.
Dr. Kanyisile, can you show the link so that we can actually send it to the people outside for the launch? The link for the launch.
Oh, we're getting back.
The one that you did earlier
wait.
with Davi. Please, let's show it on screen.
Can I connect there? Or should, because I need the link to the net. We have to connect there to show the link because I don't have.
Oh, it was for the back. Was it not for I think you want to.
No, she's the one who said it.
Oh, okay, from yesterday.
Please settle down so we can start with our next session. And we promise you it's not going to take that long because it is standing in between lunch. And I know we are hungry. But if we can settle down, then we can immediately get into our next session. As I have introduced myself earlier on in the morning, I am Professor Matlakgonolo Thobane from UNISA Department of Criminology and Security Science, and I am going to be directing the program for this session, which is the book launch. And I am not going to be wasting any of your time. I'll get right into it. The first book that is going to be launched today, it is edited by I am probably going to butcher this name, but I'm going to try. It is edited by Nena Ifeanyi Ajufo and Sibo Tladi, and it is titled Women and Cyber Rights in Africa. So what is going to happen right now, I am just going to ask the technical team to assist us. I believe that the publisher is going to be introducing the book briefly, and she's going to be doing the presentation online. She's not here with us. And the publisher, or the person rather, representing the publisher, which is Juta Publishers and Company, is Bapiwe Ngobeni. Can we be assisted to please get Bapiwe online to do the introduction of the book for us, please?
At the venue, so I'll just try to make a call right now. Okay, oh yes, I am. Okay, perfect. So I will start from the beginning. As I was
Ms. Ngobeni,
saying,
can you
my
hear
name
me?
is Baphiwe Ngubeni, and I am the law publisher at Juta and Company. Juta has been associated with quality law publishing in print and digital formats for a long time. Having recently published and celebrated 170 years in the field, we are the leading African publishers. Our publications, monographs, and journals are a platform for all African scholars and authors to showcase their research to the world. Through our digital platforms, like our legal research platform, Juta Study Evolve, we strive to provide you with quality content and world-class tools to achieve your own success. This publication in particular is very close to my heart because when we had started, and Prof. Clady will attest to this, she and Nina had started with my mother, Frances Ngubeni. So it has come full circle now with me finishing the publication with them. So this is one that is very dear to my heart. On behalf of Juta, I would like to congratulate Prof. Sibyl Clady and Nina Afena Ajufo and the managing editors of Women in Cyber Rights in Africa and the lovely women and scholars who contributed to this publication, which was ahead of its time. Published in 2024, this book covers the realities of women's rights in cyberspace. It explores the roles, stereotypes, prejudices, and biases seen in the space and offers a multidisciplinary approach to these explorations. Covering topics such as cyber feminism in Africa, gender-based cyber harassment, digital technologies, and intimate partner violence in Nigeria, the book covers a cross-jurisdictional approach to cyber rights. I mean, you can order this book if you had not gotten your copy earlier this week on our Juta website. This is one of those books that is much needed and is a reminder to all our African scholars to continue to write and produce works that will further the academic scholarship in Africa. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce Prof. Sibyl Clady to the podium to speak more on the content thereof. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Baphiwe, for that lovely introduction. And it was really lovely working with you and your mom, Frances. She started with a project, and unfortunately, she couldn't proceed. And then Baphiwe came and they finished. And we're thankful to the publishers for doing exactly that, for keeping to their own word. Just a brief background. Thank you. So the co-editor is Professor Nena Ifeanyi Ajofu from Nigeria, but she's now based in Leeds, the United Kingdom. I met her in 2017 at a conference, and she had an opening and a call for papers in 2019 on a particular book project. I sent an abstract, but that didn't pen through. Then later on, when I was asking her what was happening with the abstracts, I think about a year later, then she said they had to recall it because they couldn't proceed. Therefore, I told her that let's just go to the publishers. I'll seek publishers from this side so that we can go on with this project. It has been a project from 2021 until 2024 with its ups and downs, but we are welcoming those challenges and everything. So I'm going to start off with the proverbs. I found a proverb, a Rwandan proverb, that says, "Proverbs are the daughters of experience." I think that's a beautiful one. So, and there is one in ancient Chinese one that says a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And obviously this was one of those. But the one that I'm also going to do, South African one, the Pedis, Sepedi, Sesotho, and the, I'm not sure who am I forgetting, but that is, they come from those groups. It says, Mosadi Otwara Thipa ka bohaleng. A woman holds the knife on the sharp side. And I think that is relevant, particularly when it comes to this book, Women and Cyber Rights in Africa. So the book, as Baphiwe has noted, it has 277 pages. It has 10 chapters plus a conclusion, and it tackles 30 different issues in that matter. So I'm just going to outline some of the issues that it outlines, and then give you the chapters and also a brief of each chapter, then we will wrap up. So it's a collection of African female researchers from the continent and also in the diaspora, and it delivers perspectives on the discourse through a multidisciplinary and cross-jurisdictional approaches, while exploring roles of stereotypes, prejudices, and biases in cyberspace. It also highlights gender inequalities that have been exacerbated by the advent of emerging technologies, which further disrupt cultural and social norms in regions such as Africa, which, with existing gender and patriarchal preconceptions. So there are challenges that are highlighted in this book, and they are divergent because Africa is it's not a country, it's a continent with 55 countries. So obviously the challenges will be very dependent on the region and the countries in the continent. But what we've tried to do here, the authors, they've employed various Afro-feminism theories to consider the gender nuances of African perceptions of female cyber entitlements. So the focus, of course, African women, because there are still existing, not only here, existing patriarchal structures permeating cybersecurities of African women. And of course, the region is also less digitized, as we have heard throughout the week. Other challenges, they will include particularly that, women's, those realities and so forth, and also the lack of government policies to address certain issues that affect women in general. So little research has been done, especially the lived experience when it comes to this space of us regarding those women, but the themes are brought to cover those challenges and also to identify the gaps that are there and also provide recommendations, therefore, as to what needs to be done. It's a book that concludes by mirroring a gender-sensitive approach to cyber governance policy development, and the importance of this book, therefore, is mapping the African landscape on women and cyber rights. Not only that, we hope it will spur development of effective policies and serve as an invitation to all scholars, male, females, whoever, to further research of this discourse. So we've got 10 chapters. The first chapter introduces the book through concepts of African feminist, cyber feminism, and developing definitions, concepts, and feminist theories in cyberspace, and this is co-authored by the co-editors. Chapter 2 focuses specifically on gender in cyberspace, especially gender and criminality in cyberspace. It's authored by Dr. Melody Musoni, and Chapter 3 is African Women and Human Rights in Africa, authored by the co-editor. Chapter 4 is authored by Ms. Pem Nyawo, one of the CLAW members in jurisprudence. Her chapter is titled Not Yet Uhuru, Race, Gender, and the Cyberspace in South Africa. Chapter 5, it's a portrayal in gender and race in advertising on social media platforms, a South African perspective. It's authored by myself. Gender-based cyber harassment in Africa is authored by Bonita, and then social and economic empowerment of sub-Saharan African women in cyberspace is authored. It's a co-authored chapter by Victoria and Evelyn. South Africa, women and sexual relations in cyberspace is authored by your very own advocate, Mpakwani Mtembu Anastasia, and then chapter 9 is digital technologies and in intimate partner violence in Nigeria, authored by Inyola. Then the other chapter, authored by Dr. June, Africa's digital gender divide, inclusion and participation in the information society. Then it concludes by giving certain recommendations. So if you look at the, if you get the book, then you look at the variety of the, scholars that are there, coming from different disciplines, talking about the issues that are challenging women in Africa and calling also that people should come forth and assist. So I'm just gonna go through quickly, briefly what each chapter says, but I'm not gonna bore you with that. Like I said, with the chapter 1, it's an introduction. Then the chapter 2 that examines the gender and cyber criminality, or criminality in cyberspace, discusses different issues. For example, cyber-assisted crimes to cyber-enabled crimes and content-related crimes. It also looks at how lawmakers are dealing with these issues of these online offenses, and it also identifies existing legal loopholes and recommends that what should be done moving forward. Chapter 3, it just lays out the fundamental human rights and gender in cyberspace. And it also looks at the internet itself and the role of the internet in promoting gender inequality and inclusivity in Africa. It looks at various human rights, freedom of expression, privacy, and also forms of discrimination. Chapter 4, Notedi Uhuru, what Pam is doing there, she focused on a particular case in South Africa, and she just unpacks it to see how we are dealing with those issues. And she comes to the conclusion that a failure of the South African law to recognize cyberspace as being simultaneously gendered and racist. So that is what she's going through. And she also notes that it illustrates how this failure is complicit when it comes to issues of reconstruction of gender in cyberspace and race and hierarchies. Number 5, advertising and platforms on portrayal of race and gender in social media platforms. There I look at the advertising code of South Africa and how industry is regulating the issues there. And when it comes to race and gender, it also looks at how platforms prior to this were regulating the space. And it also looks at the fact as to whether we can easily, how can we come to a point where we can regulate that. But it also looks at the Googles of this world and the Facebooks to see how they are biased, there is bias in the algorithm itself. Chapter 6, online victimization of women, particularly here, the authors are looking at cyber harassment, cyber stalking, and cyber bullying. These issues, the authors are noting that they have become pertinent in underscoring the intersectionality and community of the relationships between crime and human rights in a digital space. Chapter 7 considers factors that hinder the sub-Saharan women in the use of cyberspace for socio-economic empowerment. The study conducts a literature review to synthesize the findings from academic resources. Chapter 8 explores the current legal frameworks, issues relating to online dating, virtual sex, cyber prostitution, cyber pornogaphy, revenge porn, and sexual disclosures in cyberspace. And the author then says that there are shortcomings and there is the efficacy and the shortcomings, uncertainty, and limitations in the application and interpretations of the laws in South Africa that deals with these issues need to be relooked. Chapter 9 discusses popular perspectives of abuse of technology in violating women's rights. This includes ways of harnessing technology in tackling and reducing the prevalence of intimate partner violence. I just saw last week someone was writing on it in South Africa, so that chapter looks at that, but they look specifically to the Nigerian jurisdiction in that regard. Again, they're saying there are an absence of laws there, and the systems and the policies, and even ratification of signing of memorandums or conventions or treaties in that regard also are lacking in that instance. Or if there are those ratifications, then the implementation in the member states is lacking. Chapter 10 discusses African women, cyber minorities, and it examines the the participation of women online, the discriminatory ICTs, and development issues in relation to access to ICTs and online information. And it discusses bridging the gap, the divide in Africa per se. It also provides perspectives, policy direction as a means of bridging the digital divide for women living and working across Africa. So basically what the book tries to achieve is to just show that Africa is not a homogeneous group, but that there are intersections as well, different experiences that African women are facing on a daily basis, even when they're engaging in these systems, where these emerging systems are also unfolding. It also shows that it is an opportunity to shine a much-needed light on those beliefs that are there also on the ground, the attitudes, the norms, and the practices that are distinctly African, which have permeated cyberspace. Collectively, through various dimensions, it's agreed that rights can have a significant impact on African women, both positively and negatively, and that cyber rights can have a complex and nuanced impact on African women, depending on factors such as their socioeconomic rights, status, geographical location, and across the digital access across digital technologies. So it ends off by the book by giving, some recommendations that in order to promote protection of cyber rights for African women, it's to ensure that we are able to participate fully in the digital world and embrace the realities of the benefits of the digital technologies. Therefore, there needs to be policies that speaks to those issues. Not only that, valuable insights from across the continent should also be looked at so as to guide policymakers and guide also the civil organizations and guide whoever is dealing with these issues. So just to give a vote of thanks to the people who were in this contribution, not only to myself and the editor. I'm just going to call them by name, each and every one of them, because the co-editor is not here, Nina Ajofu. Ifeanyi Ajofu. She's a professor of law and technology at the University of Leeds, Beckett University, United Kingdom. Then there's Evelyn James. She's a campaign manager for Project Diverse 50/50, Women's Equality Network, Wales, United Kingdom. Jane Levy Ugoke, she's a PhD research fellow at the Center of Excellence in Energy and Sustainable Development, ACE, ESD, University of Rwanda, Kigali. Inola Longe, she's an international trained lawyer with keen interest in human rights and development in researching intersection of digital rights with women's rights and development. Victoria Manya, a lawyer with a specialization in local development strategies, PhD researcher in Leiden University's African Studies Center and in the Netherlands. Mpakwani Ntembu, she's a chair of the Mercantile Law Department in the School of Law. She's seated over there, the conference chair. Ms. Dr. Melody Musoni, she's the policy officer on digital economy and governance at the European Center of Development Policy Management in the Netherlands. Bonita Nyamira, the lead researcher, and for Fair Work Uganda and head of research department at Politi in Uganda. Pemnyao, she's a lecturer in the Jurisprudence Department, College of Law, UNISA, and of course myself, an associate professor at, in the Mercantile Law Department at UJ. But you will note that when I was writing this book, I was still with UL. So I would like to thank all the colleagues, whether it's because the book project started when I was in UNISA, then it moved to UL where it was finalized. Thank you very much to those spaces for giving us that space. But also thanks to this multidisciplinary group of women that went into deeper into these issues to find out what is it that we need to do. And they worked tenaciously in interrogating the much debated but hardly ever researched terrain of African women and cyber rights. Contributions also, we would like to thank, there were 4 or so professionals who came in to assist in editing and reviewing the book, and that will be Professor Sizwe Snail-Kamtuze, that will be Dr. Nomalanga Mashinini, Dr. Nana Kwame Agyeman, and Dr. Sarah Correra Hopkins. Those were the people who rendered their input in this. So despite the shortcomings of this book, as I'm leaving the podium, we hope it will serve to fill the gap in scholarship and as it will be a useful resource to academics, students, and civil society organizations and policy makers. My final words, having a good discussion is like having riches. That's a Kenyan proverb. So I do hope this, gives us, it whets our appetite as researchers across, not only women, to have go into a deeper dive into these issues and see how we can deliver this. Just lastly, I just want to put something from the ancient Commission, ancient Kemet, but it's now called ancient Egypt. They have, just like we have a philosophy called Ma'at, M-A-A-T, just like our Ubuntu here. And what it says that there is, in each and everything, there is gender, masculine and the feminine. And it goes on to say that as women looking at this Ma'at Foundation, it says to women that there is a calling on women and there's a calling both on men. So a calling from the woman is to lead a man to his soul so as to unite him with the source. But she also has a lowest calling in that regard, is to seduce, separating the man from his soul and leave him aimlessly wandering. Equally so, the men have, a calling. Their calling is therefore to protect the woman, so she is free to walk the earth unharmed, and that man's lowest calling is to ambush and force his way into the life of a woman. So you can see these ancient truths coming together. They are providing that balance that we would need. So I do hope that more collaborators will come forth as these emerging technologies rear their ugly head, that they will come forth and we will work together. Once again, thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you very much for the invite and for us launching the book. And Judah, of course, thanks.
Mosadi o tshwara thipa ka bogaleng, indeed. This is such a beautiful project, very relevant topics that are necessary. Colleagues, let us give Professor Sebo once again a round of applause. I was just looking up the book online. I see it is available for purchase from Juta. It is 664 Rand. That's nothing. I'm sure we spend a lot on other things. 664 Rand. You can get it either in hard copy or soft copy. But also those of us who are in academia, let us recommend it to our students, as a reading, also to our libraries. If it is not already purchased by our institutional libraries, let's get it on that list so that our students, academics, researchers can get to read on this very, very important topic. Without any further ado, for the next 20 minutes, we are going to be indulged once again. And now we are going to be looking at the another book project, and the title is the African Continental Free Trade Area, Thinking Outside the Legal Box. And the colleagues who are going to be presenting on that book project is Dr. Beauty Vembe and Advocate Mpakwana Mthembu. Both of them are from the University of South Africa, the Department of Mercantile Law. Colleagues, you have 20 minutes to present your book project, or rather to launch your book project.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us in the book launch. And I'll be telling you more about our book. If you look on the screen, Yes, thank you. Digital Technological Conference. As you can see, we have ours on the screen. Thinking outside the legal box, the role of African Bar Association in implementing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So this book was edited by Dr. B. Vambe, advocate Pakwana Anastasia Mtembu. So I'll start by talking about the editors. So Dr. Beauty Vambe holds an LLD from the University of South Africa. She's a senior lecturer and teaches in the Department of Mercantile Law at UNISA within the College of Law. She has published articles in local and international journals. Dr. Vambe has written 2 books, one on the SADC Protocol on Trade, that was in 2024, and another on the termination and international sales law in 2016. She is an editor as well as a guest editor for law journals. Then our next editor, Mpakwana Anastasia Mtembu, holds 2 master's degrees, specializing in commercial and mercantile law. She is the chair of Department of Mercantile Law at the University of South Africa. College of Law, she is a guest editor for a number of law journals. She conducts research and publishes extensively on various aspects of law, including labor, banking, corporate, and cyber law. Her contribution in 2024 in this book chapter, titled South Africa, Women and Sexual Relations in Cyberspace, in the book Women and Cyber Rights in Africa, which highlights the unique challenges faced by African women in cyberspace, and she advocates for gender-sensitive policy development. Her co-authored article in 2025 is entitled Archiving the African Continental Free Trade Area, Trade Objectives through the Regulations of Cyber Cryptocurrency. She has been awarded the Lifetime Award for contributing in teaching and learning during the UNISA's institutional research, teaching, and in Gain Scholarship Excellence Awards in 2025. She represented UNISA at the first AFBA Women's Forum in Accra, Ghana, at the AFBA conference, where she presented on banking and foreign direct investments as a perpetuator for dependency. So now I'll tell you a bit about the book. So if you look at the title again, Thinking Outside the Legal Box. It was an interesting title, and because we held the conference in 2023 at UNISA, we had to do something that was not what people expected of. After the conference, we said, why not have a book which talks about what happened during that time, at that time, in South Africa, at UNISA, about Africa, written by Africans. So the book was published, like I said, in 2025. The cover design, as you can see, was done by one of our colleagues, Dr. David Ramila. And then we had a typesetter who also assisted us, called Judith Mnyaradzi. And then the publisher, this was published by the Africa Institute for Culture, Peace, Dialogue, and Tolerance Studies, Harare, Zimbabwe. And then it was printed here in South Africa. Yes, there we have our cover designer, one of our colleagues. So here we're seeing the table of contents, people who helped us bring about their presentations. So before I look at the table of contents, I want to introduce you to what the book is about, and a bit of a history, a bit of a background. So the Africa Bar Association, AFBA, successfully held its 2023 annual conference between the 6th and the 10th of August at the University of South Africa, Pretoria, in South Africa. The theme of the conference was on building the legal profession in Africa under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The conference was organized and facilitated by AFBA's International Steering Council and its members under the co-chairmanship of Professor Ernest Aboti and Dr. Samson Osagi. The conference host, that was UNISA, under the Vice Chancellor of Professor Puleng Langabula, worked tirelessly and closely with the local organizing committee, chaired by Professor Tukishi Manamila. The invited guests were drawn from the highest levels of Africa's heads of states, presidents, former presidents, dignitaries of AFBA, high-ranking officials from the African Continental Free Trade Area, distinguished members of the legal fraternity, lawyers, academics, and representatives of Africa's security clusters. Now on the conference themes. In his opening address, Mr. J.B. Dauda San, chairman of the governing council of the conference, observed that Africa Bar Association conferences and role of lawyers have been put in sharp focus under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Mr. San emphasized that the fact that since the agreement is an embodiment of laws, as lawyers, these are legal practitioners, they must be prepared for the issues that will arise from its implementation. Other themes that ran through his address also came in the form of a warning, saying that the AFTA is jeopardized by the deteriorating state of human rights in Africa, due to bad governance leading to resurgence of military coups, unconstitutional tenure, elongation, election conflicts. This negative culture that subverts the rule of law undermines the effectively implementing the AFTA's legal and regulatory framework for doing business in Africa. So respect of the rule of law is the only path to Africa's prosperity. These themes are amplified in the presentations at the conference with 19 sessions. So on these sessions, the themes are too numerous to mention individually in this preface to the conference proceedings. So safe to say that the scope of these themes range from human rights and AFTA, armed conflicts and international security challenges for the AFTA and the African lawyer, cross-border movement of goods and services in the AFTA, the role of democratic elections in the AFTA, mineral resources, climate change, sustainable value chains, the energy sector and the AFTA, rule of law, crisis in the continent, artificial intelligence and emerging continental legal practice, commercial arbitration and adjudication and access to justice. So the papers presented at the AFBA in 2023 were informative, probing, critical, appreciative of African initiatives in continental economic integration. So thanks to the foresight of Professor Budeli Mfatseni Makonde, the Dean of the College of Law, Professor Tukishi Manamila, Chair of the AFBA Local Organizing Committee, and Dr. Lindelo Msongo, Editor of the CSIR. So these people, they assisted us in ensuring that this publication went through. So we had another special issue with the CSIR. That's why we are acknowledging now Professor Lindelwa Mhlongo. So these legal scholars and visionary leaders had already put in place plans and an initiative to publish some of the best papers in the journal and in a book form in the form of a conference proceedings. So the editors of this current conference proceeding approached the AFBA Local Organizing Committee chaired by Professor Tukishi Manamela, Professor Mhlongo, and Advocate Anastasia Mtembu to persuade presenters at the 2023 AFBA conference to avail their presented papers so that these would be changed into chapters for publication as a conference proceeding. So the response was encouraging and overwhelming. So in these chapters, we have sought balance, which made up this conference proceeding. Some of the chapters deal with general or wide topics, and others are very specific. Thus, we have 14 chapters. Of these 14 chapters, I'm going to give a summary of each chapter, before we round it off. So the first one, we have Salome Chapeyama Mdala's opening chapter, which focuses on designing an effective competition policy framework in the African Continental Free Trade Area. Mdala's chapter uses a mixed model approach to consider valuable insights into continental economic integration processes. This chapter contributes to scholarship on the role of AFBA in promoting the implementation of the AFTA protocols. The chapter reveals that competition frameworks, theories of competition, regulation, and intersections between trade and competition policy are critical levers for mixed models for continental competition framework. In the next chapter, Damilola Osinugu, chapter titled Examining the Efficacy of Enforcing the Carrier's Right to Lien on Cargo, a Nigerian legal perspective, provides an in-depth exploration of the carrier's right to lien on cargo and its enforcement within the Nigerian maritime legal framework. The findings of the research contribute to the existing body of knowledge in the maritime law and present practical recommendations for stakeholders involved in cargo transportation and dispute resolution within the Nigeria's jurisdiction by extension in parties of the AFTA in the African Union's regional economic communities. In chapter 2, that was chapter 3. In chapter 2, in his chapter, Contemporary Challenges Affecting the Legal Profession in Africa, Daniel Kipp explores the challenges that affect the legal sector and legal profession in Africa. The chapter encourages scholars to expand programs that continue legal education, focusing on changing demographics, intrusions by non-practitioners, limited access to technology, third-party attempts to regulate the profession, dysfunctionally in the legal system, bribery and corruption, professional burnout, and infrastructure and manpower deficits in judiciary. And then chapter 3 was by Damilola Osinugu. Then the next chapter, Oliver Nwakama's chapter, the impact of cabotage regulations on cross-border movement of goods and services in Africa within the context of African Continental Free Trade Area, argues that actualization of the goals of the AFTA should not be hampered by the cabotage regulations prevailing in the territories of state parties. There is need to formulate and put in place simplified but effective trade protocols on cross-border movements of goods and services in Africa. The sets of arguments presented in this chapter recognize the formal and informal trade within the Africa's regional economic communities is the sine qua non of condition of Africa's regional economic communities and the possibility of an effective implementation of trade agreements of the African Continental Free Trade Area economic nationalism practiced by most African nations that are members of the African Union that will work against, show and put brakes to potential interstate massive trade benefits. The next chapter, Agbo Johnson Madaki, chapter entitled Arbitration under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Strengthening trade dispute resolutions in Africa observes the capacity building initiatives will empower stakeholders and engage effectively in arbitration proceedings. So this can promote diversity and inclusivity in arbitrator appointments and will instill confidence in the fairness of the process. Madaki convincingly argues that increased transparency and public awareness of the processes of arbitration under the African Continental Free Trade Area will foster trust, transparency, and wider utilization of arbitration as a tool of dispute resolution under new and established arbitration institutions. Zinad Onu Yaha chapter, Access to Justice, Challenges and Solutions in Addressing Pre-Trial Detention in Nigeria, explores the complex landscape of access to justice in Nigeria with a specific focus on the problem of pre-trial detention. The chapter analyzes the multifaceted factors contributing to high number of pre-trial detainees in Nigeria, Nigerian custodial centers, and the role of law clinics in bridging the access.
Doc, I'm going to give you 5 more minutes. Sorry for interrupting.
Okay, thank you. Let me just complete. So I was saying the chapter analyzes the multifaceted factors contributing to the high number of pre-trial detainees in Nigeria, custodial centers, and the role of law clinics in bridging the access to justice gaps for indigent pre-trial detainees and rural communities in Nigeria. Next chapter. Yared Asfaw, chapter, a critical appraisal of the legislative power over mineral resources in the Ethiopian Federation, debates the contentious issue of how Ethiopian Federation assigns legislative power over mineral resources. The chapter finds out the role of the institutional and legal gaps, inconsistencies in the exercise of legislative power over mineral resources, and what it has led, and which is the development of a legal framework that contradicts the Constitution. And then the next chapter is by Beauty Vambe. The title is SADC Protocol on Trade, New Recommendations for Effective Integration into the African Continental Free Trade Area. The chapter acknowledges, and it has a significance, it acknowledges the significance of trade liberalization of the SADC Trade Protocol. The Protocol on Trade modest achievements include harmonizing trade laws, tariff reduction, establishment of recognized, though controversial, thresholds of rules of origin, and the creation of mechanisms of dispute resolution on trade matters. The next chapter, it was written by Tulani Mafulela. In his chapter, titled Assessing the Role of Alternative Dispute Resolution Mechanisms to Resolve Cross-Border Delicts Liability under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The author dissects the South African cases of recertification application by various applicants and others versus Anglo-American SA, and various parties too, versus Anglo-American South African Company Limited and others. So Masilela uses a case law or analyzes case law to test the robustness of Zambia's domestic legal systems. The next chapter by Peter Mutoni, putting a high premium on technology and law to fast-track the African Continental Free Trade Area implementations. Observe that digitalization and law are the core forefront sectors of the AfTA. Mpakwana Anastasia Mtembu's chapter, Between a Rock and a Hard Place, which I am between now and between a rock and a hard place on time, revisits the concepts of money in the digital era in advancing the African Continental Free Trade Area. Maurice Taunes Vambe looks at rethinking strategies to produce and access affordable, diverse, and efficient uses of energy for the advancement of Africa in the African Continental Free Trade Area. States that not so obvious facts that availability and access to cheap and diversified energy sources is the basis for ensuring success implementation of regional and continental economic integration. Chimango Paula Nyasulu's chapter, Role of Artificial Intelligence in Enhancing Access to Justice in Africa, debates AI can be effectively leveraged to bridge the justice gap in Africa, particularly for marginalized and underserved populations. And the last one, Victoria Ingabire Umoza's chapter, How to Reach a Promising Future in the African Great Lakes region, observes that perpetual conflicts in the Eastern Africa, especially in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, can undermine movements of people, goods, and within East African community and common markets for East and Southern Africa. So the chapter argues that the conflicts must be resolved through dialogue, and that this standpoint is proposed in the roadmap for a promising future of Rwanda in line with fundamental principles of the Rwandan Constitution. Yeah, I've managed to summarize 1 minute left. Thank you. I wish I could go back and reread things that I've left. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I've managed to run through and summarize what we have in the chapters, and we're so grateful for being able to have this publication. It was not easy, but we tried. And we have one of the contributors here. We have Dr. Tulani Mafulile. We have one of our editors, Advocate Mtembu. Thank you so much. You people, you were great. And yeah, I would like to thank you guys for giving us your time. And as you can see, the Digital Technology Conference did not start with this conference. We started it back in 2023 with the conferences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vambe. Also to recognize the co-editor, Advocate Mtembu. Colleagues, we have come to the end of the session. Maybe just a comment, also another very relevant book, apt, what I also wanted to say is the fact that you can see that our conferences are not fruitless. There's fruit that actually comes, come from the conferences. We don't just talk and then we leave, what we've spoken about in the conference hall, but colleagues are working so hard after conferences and are making sure that there's actually something tangible that comes out of conferences. Again, please support colleagues, get the book, prescribe it, recommend it to your students as reading, get your library to get a copy for your institutions as well. Colleagues, just a few announcements before we officially disperse. Speakers who have not submitted papers yet, I have been informed that you have until the 13th of March to submit your papers, and the conference organizer saying that there will be no extension. So if you have not submitted it yet, please make sure that you submit by the 13th of March. And also, anything regarding the conference, there will be communication that will take place online, so just watch out. On the digital space, there will be more communication about the conference. The last announcement, very exciting announcement, it's time for lunch. It's time for lunch, colleagues. Thank you very much for being an amazing audience. We can all go to the foyer to get lunch. Thank you, colleagues. Have a beautiful afternoon.